Today's matchup. SKTelecom T1. Afreeca Freecs. MVP. CJ Entis. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1.
Hey guys, welcome to LCK Summer. I'm Doa. That is Papa Smithy. Back. It's been too long.
It's been a lot of match days, though. We've got 6 days a week now, so you missed a bit.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
Been a bit of change as well. Your beloved SKT didn't have the best day out last time out.
Don't remind me, man. I stayed up late in America to watch the first game, and then I'm like, I need sleep.
Probably for the best.
I need to just turn off my mind at this point. And then I checked the results next morning, and it really didn't end well anyway. So yeah, SKTelecom in our first match, of course, against the Afreeca Freecs. They're coming off of a loss, a 2-1 loss to Jin Air, a 1-2 loss, I should say. And Jin Air, of course, being the rob from the rich, give it to the poor team that they are, immediately followed that by losing to MVP. So, yeah, what can you do? LCK Summer, though, man. I mean, it's really ending up being kind of a crazy season. Everybody's kind of taking games off everybody, and for once we may have a genuinely competitive season from top to bottom.
Yeah, Jin Air paid it forward. They paid it forward to an MVP
really
team
did.
that desperately needed to win, and we will see them in action in our second match of the night as they take on a CJ Entis lineup that's not finding those match wins, but playing a lot better than they were before.
Yeah, that's right. That's going to be an interesting one. MVP versus CJ in our second best of 3 to see if CJ can kind of take what they've been doing well and turn it into an actual match win. We'll have to find out. There's our rankings overall. SKTelecom, despite that embarrassing loss to Jin Air Green Wings, still on top in a pretty big way right now. +9, 5-1, still looking good, still dominating everybody stats-wise. So a misstep, but we'll see if it becomes a worrying trend. That's the question, right? All right, and as we said, SKT versus Afreeca Freecs, our first match of the day, a best of 3 between these two teams, and Afreeca Freecs having a pretty tough season so far.
They definitely have. They haven't solidified a lineup. Might be surprised to know, Doa, that despite their loss to ESC Ever 2-0 last time out with Linderang and Songwon in the lineup, they will be persisting with that duo. So it's really surreal to live in a world where a jungler like Lero, who was probably top 3 in the league last season, can't find a way onto the starting lineup of a struggling team.
It's kind of crazy, man. I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more about that after we take a look at this team, the reigning world champions, SKTelecom at T1. And things have been very good for the most part so far this season for them. Blank in the jungle this time. Bengi not quite cutting it against Jin Air, so I guess they're going to give Blanc another try.
Yeah, some of his jungle pathing, something that is the bread and butter of Bengi was a little bit poor, so they're going to bring back Blank.
Yeah.
He's still 4-0. He's undefeated, so he's got a streak of his own. 36 KDA, of course, in much less games than most other players, but his Elise has been outstanding, and in general, Blank hasn't missed a beat since MSI.
Yeah. Blank beats have been bodacious. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Alliteration. And, yeah, I mean, SKTelecom, again, a small misstep versus Jin Air, although those games were really embarrassing losses, too. I felt bad. I saw Coma. I saw how angry it was on the internet. afterwards. I'm like, oh boy, I'm glad I'm not in the SKT house tonight. But they do have a relatively soft opponent here in the Afreeca Freecs. Of course, a team that could have, maybe had some better results. But like you mentioned, Sungwon in the jungle, Linderong up in top lane. Where are Lyra and Ixu, man? And
Lyra and Ixu were top 3 players for this lineup last season, maybe next to someone like Snowflower.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Sungyun was actually really good too, but Mickey had his struggles last season, and Genoa has had his struggles this season. But Ixu and Lyra were kind of the staples. After Ixu leveled up his performance, and Lyra in general has always been strong, those were the 2 players you could rely on. So they still, once again, are gonna run Linderong and Sungwon. They've only played 3 games. They haven't picked up a victory in their 3 games. But if they keep losing, it's gonna kind of feel a bit like Scout and his struggles on SKT, where he couldn't find a win on a better team nonetheless. But
yeah,
honestly, it's on Afreeca to show something against SKT.
Very true. Afreeca Freecs with the same number of matches of SKTelecom so far, but they are 2-4. SKT up at 5-1 with a very good game score at +9. So you go into this and you kind of expect a pretty one-sided match in favor of SKTelecom, as you can see, going 10-0 in their first 5 matches until that loss to Jin Air last week.
First couple of rows, good viewing for an SKT fan. Next row, not so great, but 6-0 in terms of losses in a row. KT, Jin Air, ESC, all finding it pretty easy going against Afreeca.
Yeah, it was a positive start for Afreeca Freecs, going 2-1 in the first 3 matches, but since then it's been tough, and whoa, that is a tiny little KDA thing in the middle of the giant KDA from SKTelecom. And
do you like 5-10-36?
5-10-36. That's how I generally do my counting. That sounds like Doa math right there, man.
KR math.
5-10-36. That were some weird measurements, I don't know. SKT versus Afreeca, and there's some stats between Faker and Mickey. Of course, Faker generally looking a little bit better, but Mickey having slightly higher kill contribution, and he hasn't played a terrible Lulu in the block game yet this season, so he's got that going for him.
Our loyal LCK fans will remember, of course, the rival between these two in spring. Both players saying the other should go back and practice a bit more. Mickey, of course, doing it with a bit of more of a wry smile than Faker, who you see on our screen. Faker corrected that score when they beat them in the second round robin of last season, but still, there's always a little bit of feeling between these 2 mid laners who have flair aplenty. Mickey may not be on the same level as Faker, but he plays with the same level of confidence, so it should be a really intriguing mid lane matchup.
Yeah, man, he's got the attitude, so we'll see if he can translate into some good play. He can sometimes. He's got the capacity. That's for sure. And of course, there's Afreeca with their coach on air, who has been, he has been, on air on OGN broadcast for a long time. One of the original coach for Mig Frost way back in the day. He's still around.
Remember him duoing with the likes of Loco Doco and Mad Life back on the NA server before Korea had a server of its own. So he's one of the staples of the Korean League of Legends scene.
That's right. So into picks and bans for game number 1 between SKT and the Afreeca Freecs, the Thresh ban coming out against Snowflower. And to be fair, that's kind of Snowflower's main champion. It has been for a long time, but is it really ban-worthy?
We've seen a bit more Thresh. We saw it yesterday. I think Snowflower's Bard has actually been pretty impressive, but a lot of players in LCK, it feels like the Bard picker champion board, the amount of people that are actually willing to pick up the Bard has increased in summer season as people look to MSI and the power of those ranged supports, Twisted Fate. So still Mickey eating bans. We've seen 3 mid lane bans pretty consistently against Afreeca, despite Mickey's struggles, at least relatively speaking, based on his recent performance.
Right. Second ban for SKTelecom, that Twisted Fate. Not a bad idea to ban that away from Mickey. And then Azir and Rise on the Afreeca side. And Shen, the final ban from SKTelecom. Shen's certainly been coming up. He had a pretty rough start in the picks we saw, but now things are looking a little bit better.
Gotta say, Jin Air could learn something from SKT here. They had their struggles against Shen pick in particular, so seeing some respect for that champion who can go with the Trinity Force top lane. Is one of the best picks into Aurelia, and now where does Aurelia go in this draft? Because Duke is an excellent Aurelia player, Shen one of the best answers. Trundle still exists, but SKT have been prioritizing Karma wherever possible. It is a flex pick for them. They will take it in the first pick.
Yep, well, Karma's been a pretty priority pick for a lot of teams lately. SKTelecom grabbing that one, and now 2 picks over to the Afreeca Freecs. And yeah, we are in 6-11. This is my first cast on 6-11. Things have changed a lot in the top lane, haven't they?
Yeah, the top lane meta does have a lot of carries, but it's also got this man. The Trundle has certainly...
He's not a man, he's a troll.
That's true.
Well, he's a man troll, I suppose.
There's a lot of man trolls out there.
That's true. Most of them are in Twitch chat right now. I love you guys.
You got him.
Real, I do. I know. Zing. Oh, well. They're powerful too, right?
Now, Trundle in spring was very much a flex pick, though, but there's actually been only one game of Trundle support this whole season. It's been a staple of the top lane. There's a bit of a blocker pick to the Fiora, but is a skill matchup, as the opponents of Someday have come to find out.
Yep. All right, Sungwon just going with the safe Rek'Sai pick, it looks like. Will be Trundle Rek'Sai locked in.
When we saw these two play in the last series, it was 2 games of Swain, 2 games of Kindred from Linderung and Songwan, respectively, and neither of them looked particularly impressive. There's so much power still available, and yeah, Vlad coming through, and with the Insta-Vlad, that does seem to suggest Karma support.
That does. I suppose there's always the off chance that it could go to top lane, but that seems so unlikely from what we've seen lately.
It's one of those things that could happen, like you say, but
yeah,
with the change in Vlad's kit, it feels like people aren't as confident running at top. Also, it's one of those really low-impact teleport top laners that doesn't really have a big flanking gank like a Maokai, for example. So going Ghost Flash, having that buffed Ghost, being able to get to those team fights, seems to mean it's going to be mid lane Vladimir.
Probably. And the Elise for Blank, possibly. Yep, going to lock that one in.
Was 3-0 on that Elise in the MSI final. 3-0 this season on Elise. Been the staple pick of Blank, has moved away from the Kindreds of the world toward more of the control junglers. Talia's available.
I was going to say, we have not yet seen Talia in LCK, but she is available now, so they could go for it.
I don't think we're going to see it, unfortunately, Doa.
Oh, well.
Saw Rookie messing around with it in the LPL, but otherwise it's been very little competitive Talia. I believe 1 game of CBLOL as well, but just not in the meta just yet.
Now, Mickey Zed is something that's been often banned against him. What do you think about that matchup with Vlad, though? I don't know. I like the Anivia here. I mean, anything that can zone out the Vladimir has been really useful. We saw SKTelecom themselves actually use that Anivia against the Vlad to pretty great effect.
Both in laning and in team fights, the wall has so many impacts against the Vladimir. It forces certain itemization. You can win the matchup, as Coco showed, in being able to beat Crown in the Vladimir versus Anivia matchup. But you have to be super aggressive, and Spirit Visage first is almost a requirement in terms of itemization.
Seems that way. So in the end, Braum and Lucian locked in for the Afreeca Freecs. Pretty powerful classic bot lane there, and the Sivir over on the SKT side would pair very nicely with the Karma and give Vlad that little speed boost to pull his way into the back lines, although he's probably going to be getting that Proto Belt to help propel himself. And who doesn't love a rocket-propelled vampire, right?
I mean, a rocket-propelled, when you're talking about Summon a Spell Ghost, Karma Sivir, and the Proto Belt, we're going to be seeing some Turbo Vladimir coming out, which is going to be fun to track. We haven't seen Tarek from SKT. It's been a KT special.
I think this is a Kim Dong-jun trolling special from...
It is. It definitely is, but...
Yeah. All right, so the Sivir locked in. What do you think about the Fiora?
See, the matchup against Trundle can definitely go poorly. We've seen more Trundles beat Fioras, but with jungle pressure, which is something that Blank has been excellent at, Fiora can certainly run away with the matchup, as Someday showed.
Yeah. So
it's going to be a lot about Blank and his pathing. Blank has been outstanding in pathing. The last time SKT played Fiora was against Jin Air. They lost that game. Bengi showed no pressure for the Fiora, and they lost lane, which shouldn't be a surprise. You need to give that pick pressure as we wait to see. If we do see Zed, there will be almost no magic damage on the side of Afreeca. They need magic damage from somewhere.
It does seem like it's easy to itemize against, but then again, there really isn't a tank on the SKTelecom side. I suppose Elise could arguably be a tank, but yeah.
So Afreeca,
I think they need some magic damage, yeah.
We've seen Mickey play this Kassadin before. The matchup can be painful, but might be navigable against the Vladimir.
I mean, I still like the Anivia. I feel like you can zone Fiora out, you know, not as well as you can zone Vlad out, but you can make it harder for her to get into the back line if she tries to teleport behind a team fight or something like that.
Well, they're not going to go the way of the Anivia. This is, of course, Mickey. He loves the aggressive pick. He's not into the standard wave because he had his Lulu time, but he's put it past him.
Suppose.
Risky pick, though, with the Kassadin, and it also means that wave clear for this Afreeca Freecs lineup is melee range or kind of absent in general.
I suppose that's true. So Kassadin, when's the last? I feel like we haven't seen Kassadin in LCK for a little while.
Mickey played it last series. They didn't win that one, so he's been some teams are messing around with Kassadin, but certainly isn't the staple Kassadin first pick, first ban meta that we saw a couple of years ago.
That's right.
Interesting stuff. So SKT have a draft. team fights will be strong. We'll get Vladimir into the backline, but when you have this Fiora, you're more looking, as you mentioned, for the split push. So it's going to be honestly a lot on Blank setting up Duke to succeed, because it's always risky when you try to opt into team fights with the Fiora, and as you mentioned, a very low tankiness comp.
True. Once again, Faker the only one allowed to wear the red jacket. Apparently, you have to be very skillful to do that. We've heard. I thought he might have to take it off after the Lulu game last week and the LeBlanc game.
Oh boy.
Oh.
0-5-0 LeBlanc.
Don't remind me. That game was painful to watch.
It's Faker's third ever competitive game on the Vladimir. It's 2-0, so another one of those undefeated runs for Faker could extend this series.
True. Very true. And the Afreeca Freecs looking to gain a little bit of momentum. A win over SKTelecom would be huge here. And SKT, after that embarrassing loss to Jin Air, they need to prove that they are still the team that needs to be considered as on another level from the rest of the teams here in Korea. See if they can, though.
Anything other than a clean 2-0, and it's bad for SKT.
That's right. Time to get in the game. SKTelecom versus the Afreeca Freecs. It's go time. Welcome to Summoner's Rift for SKTelecom versus the Afreeca Freecs, game number 1. And the Africa fans out in force, of course. That was not supposed to rhyme, but kind of did anyway. Don't worry about it. An Ocean Drake, first dragon. So for once, not a Cloud Drake.
That's
All
right.
Fist bump, yeah.
We're cloud sober, Doa. No clouds today.
That's right. Not yet, anyway.
Ironically, also one of the most prominent Korean beers is Cloud also.
That's true. But it's kind of pronounced more like Cloud or something like that. I don't know. They try to get all
K-L-O-U-D
European on that.
for our English fans.
Yeah. Which, as far as Korean beers go, which are generally terrible, Cloud isn't actually that bad.
I'm told it's made in the same factory as some of the imported beers, so getting inspiration from Western beers seems to have helped.
Outside of Korea?
No, in Korea.
How do you make an imported beer in the country
like
that you're drinking it?
Foreign labels, let's say.
Okay. Sure.
Imported recipes, we'll call.
I see. Just like Doritos became Dodohan.
And Coca-Cola, of course.
Yeah, that's right. Well, actually, that's the official licensed version of Bugles in Korea. Interestingly enough, it's the same exact thing. Well, what do you think about this mid lane? Faker versus Mickey, obviously the big rivalry here, but what do you think about the matchup between Vlad and Kassadin specifically?
I mean, it's a painful one. It's range versus melee, so of course the auto attack trades will go in. There's more sustain available for Vlad. If you're able to bait out the shield from the Q, your trades are going to go pretty well. So in general, Afreeca have gone for a very risky draft. They do have double teleport. If they can get Linderung rolling against Duke, they could potentially overwhelm SKT, who may not have the resources if Fiora is way behind to actually deal with the 1-3-1. But when you talk about reliable, consistent things like wave clear, like initiation, Afreeca doesn't have the best options for that. So it's honestly going to be a lot on the junglers. Can Sungwon or Blank set up their lanes better? And Blank, as we just mentioned him, is already up top.
Yep. Sungwon coming up to try to stop this. Linderung already very, very low. Here comes the Rek'Sai. Duke slowed down by that pillar. He's got a flash. Teleport coming in from the mid lane already. All right, actually, no, they're going to go and knock up Duke. Duke taken out. There's a kill for Mickey right off the bat. Now Blank in a lot of trouble here. He's still got his flash. Not going to have to use it. But that kind of backfired a little bit, didn't it?
And the arms race to gank for top went to the nth degree. It took a teleport from Mickey to guarantee it, but well, look at the itemization. He actually started Dark Seal, so casually has 2 stacks on the Kassadins. That's pretty happy days for Mickey, but setting up the Trundle vs Fiora matchup will tell a lot about this game, and so far so good for Afreeca.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, exploiting the fact that Faker couldn't follow up to the top lane like Mickey could.
Faker expected it. He could have ghosted early between the lanes, but it would have been a big investment. Faker always known to not be trigger happy on these summoners, really hold on to them for the last second. And whether he could have actually been relevantly involved as a pre-6 Vladimir, even if he ghosted up, remains to be seen. But
probably not.
Held on to the summoner and early advantage to Afreeca Freecs.
That's right. Faker will get a few more CS in lane for the moment. Not that we'll see that matter a whole lot, probably. But standard lanes, I feel like we haven't seen a ton of standard lanes. But when you've got two top laners kind of aiming to split push, you probably want to give them the 1v1, huh?
Well, no team's really hugely incentivized to lane swap in this particular game, and Blank has been so good about his pathing. It was the first one there. It was just, honestly, Linderung was very smart. You noticed, instead of running towards his turret, he ran down towards Sungwon, forced the flash early, got the counter flash, and the teleport out of Mickey. So Afreeca invested a lot. Both summoners on their mid laner, summoners on their jungler and top laner, but they thought out the situation, they weren't overawed, and they come up with the early advantage.
True. Well, blue buff being handed over to Mickey, as you would imagine. I like that Caspian skin too, it's kind of cool.
Was the Oceanic server skin as well. Cosmic Reaver Caspian.
Oh really?
If you were an Oceanic player, you got a discount on it. No freebie though.
Wow. Nice. To log into my Oceanic account.
Yeah. You have one, don't you?
I actually do, but I think I've only played like one game on it.
I think you talked about playing with me back when I was in Australia, but then found out that the ping wasn't great.
Yeah, believe it or not, Australia does not have the greatest connections. It seems like.
One of those topics that people always talk about. The British always talk about the weather, Aussies always talk about their internet.
It's a modern shift to the conversations in Australia.
That's right.
But seems like it makes sense. But you're here in the land of great internet now, so you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, people always ask me about the differences between a career and Australia. And Australia is obviously my homeland, and I love it dearly, but the internet factor is very one-sided.
Blank looking for a cocoon over the wall, maybe.
I think he's level 5, doesn't have Riftwalk or Flash. That's why they're considering this.
Could try to gank this. They don't really know where someone
Well, this is pretty obvious now.
I don't know about this, yeah. Okay, well, it turned into a zoning play. They're just going to try to get a bit of damage onto the turret. I feel like if they pulled the trigger on that one a little bit quicker, they might have been able to do. Whoa, Faker goes in a little bit deep, takes a turret shot for his trouble. I'm worried about Faker, Papa Smithy. After that Jin Air match.
You didn't even see the LeBlanc game, Doa.
No, I did. I did see the. I went back and watched it later. I didn't watch it live like I watched the Lulu game.
Oh boy.
Like I said, after that Lulu game, I'm like, all right, I just can't take this. I won't be able to sleep if I keep watching this. So.
Faker had a great season last season, but he was over-aggressive for large portions of it. Wasn't punished necessarily, but his aggression on champions like Karma last season was there for everyone to see. The fact that he played the LeBlanc and his first death was literally getting solo killed by the enemy jungler who was holding lane was a really peculiar one. And now we see him blow that ghost very early. I think it was a zoning ghost, which I don't think we've ever had. That's never been a sentence before, but we're crowning it now.
Why not? Nobody going for that Ocean Drake quite yet. Snowflower just blocking a bit of damage with that Braum shield. And now they're going in on the Bang. There's the exhaust use. Flash from Snowflower looking for that stun passive. They might be able to get it. Sungwon low. Passive flash out of the way of that return projectile from Bang. Where'd that come from? I guess PC Bomb.
Yep.
SKTelecom Bang, though. Yep. Couldn't get him with the Boomerang Blade, though.
Songyun actually played that pretty poorly. He was following, he had his summoner available, still had heal, and then because of the Q and how he missed position, he had to flash heal instantly, both defensively. So, big initiation play from Snowflower, using both his summoners aggressively, and Songyun using both of his defensively, meant that the bottom lane just wasn't on the same page for Afreeca.
Here's an opportunity for Faker and Blank here, but Mickey, level 6, man, he's past that, so he's got that Rift Walk, so it's going to be pretty tough to catch that Kassadin now.
In the lane, certainly not going to be of great use. We'll see what Mickey's doing in terms of leveling. He's maxing Qs, so his wave clear is certainly going to be completely dwarfed by what Faker's going to be able to put out. So Faker should have a lot of options when it comes to really pushing in this Kassadin and forcing him to use all his mana, trying to wave clear.
And I feel like Afreeca's okay with that. I mean, Faker's the one that needs to be worried about ganks here. Honestly. To a certain extent, as much as a Vlad does, I suppose.
The seesaw matchup is the top lane, so if they're just trading CS between Kassadin and Vlad, it's pretty happy times for Afreeca, and Linderung so far hasn't seen a return visit as his summoners back up. SKT once again not able to set up for Duke to have a big early game on this Fiora, and honestly there's more defensive vision for Linderung than there is for the Fiora, which is, to me, a mistake or an oversight from SKT.
Yeah. Faker the one getting pushed back a little bit in lane for the moment.
So far the trades have looked pretty good from Mickey. As we said, he's maxing Q, so it's not the return windows for the Vladimir to get in those trades. You can also time the Q from Cassidy for the empowered Q that comes through from Vladimir, who of course now has to charge up his healing, so you can really influence trades. There's the ult popped from Duke.
Yeah, Duke going for it, but that's tough, man. I mean, he really can't win that duel convincingly yet with the Trundle. Possibly never. I mean, Linderong just pops the ultimate, and that's about it. But now SKTelecom looking for a dragon, but now Blanket's a bit caught. There's a teleport coming down. Wolf and Blank escaping into lane. Linderong finishes the teleport.
Well, they're really investing in this one.
Oh boy, here's the dive. But the Trundle's not going to be quite as tanky as he normally would be because Duke just got the ultimate out of him. Big knock up those, Bang taken down. Songyun pops the culling, and they're just going to get 3 kills under turret, no problem. Nobody even really getting that low aside from Sungwon, but he's safe. Nobody from SKTelecom around, and that was really clean.
But it was really manly too. They went for the true dive. They didn't even bring up the minion wave. They could have had Lucian ult the wave or both dash in and Q the wave. Instead, they just went for a full turret dive. Sungwon's tanking was really smart. They're going to get the Ocean Drake as well. Once again, Faker doesn't use the Ghost, and now he's in trouble.
Yeah, Mickey comes in with the TP. Faker pops his ultimate, but he's hasn't had to use any summoners yet, so he will get out. But, you know, we saw SKTelecom trying to do what they could to make this dragon harder for Afreeca. Freecs, Duke, you know, all-inning Linderong for just enough to get that Trundle ultimate out, but it didn't matter. Linderong was TPing in anyway, and then executing this pretty clean dive under the turret.
This is, of course, the buffed turrets in the new patch, but they're so smart at tanking up the turret. Sungwon takes exactly the right amount of shots, backs off when he can. They have members who have repositions, so they trade tank well. They didn't even need the minion wave. I didn't think that was possible, but an easy triple kill for Afreeca Freecs.
Well, I thought, yeah, with the Trundle ultimate down, they would just probably give up on a play like that, but they're crazy, man. They're crazy, but it works, and SKTelecom finds themselves behind about 2,000 gold.
And again, we have to talk about the fact this is, again, a new 5-man lineup for Afreeca, Linderong and Sungwon, and you have to be so clean in your shot calling, because we've seen those sort of attempts where a team over-invests. They invest a teleport when they didn't need to, and they're like, oh crap, I have to make this work. And then it goes horribly pear-shaped. A couple of kills are given over to SKT. Instead, they trade tank well, they have good ability to choose their targets, and they pick up the 3 kills. So credit to Afreeca. They kind of over-invested, but they made it work.
Right. Well, they had that decisiveness, you know? And sometimes just simply following through with the plan, even if it's not the greatest plan, gives you the greatest edge to make it work.
5v3 and a turret went to the 5, so that's at least something to know moving forward.
Yep.
It's going to be early power on the sides of Afreeca. We see already the Yomu's Ghost Blade and 5 stacks onto the Dark Seal for Mickey, so Rod of Ages at a good time, and also the stacks means that this Cassidy is much further ahead than expected. And this is against Faker, someone who's known to bully weak laning champions.
Well, Faker the one getting bullied for sure right now.
I mean, Mickey's teleported out of lane twice and finds himself at equal CS with the Vladimir. So
yeah,
that lets you know that it's Mickey the one that's dominating this lane.
Oh, Duke pops the challenge on the Linderong. Linderong trying to back away. He's got that flash, so really not in any danger. Didn't have the Trundle ultimate, so Duke thought maybe he had an opportunity. Pushes up the lane a little bit regardless. Doesn't have any vision though, so he's got to be pretty careful.
Both top laners heavily invested into Ninja Tabi, which saw a buff on 6-11.
Now Sungwon was spotted, so Duke knows he can be a bit more aggro up in the top lane here. Oh, that's very aggro though. Linderong getting very low. Has the Trundle ultimate back just in time. Wins the duel, flashes, goes down to Duke, and Linderong wins the duel against Duke. I think Duke just barely mistimed the timing on the Trundle ultimate. Linderong got it back just when he needed it. Oh boy.
And a solo kill by the new top laner Linderong, who hasn't picked up a competitive victory on SKT's best performer this season, Duke.
Yeah.
This early game, 5-0, seems eerily reminiscent of the last series against Jin for SKT.
Well, SKTelecom just looking kind of lackluster here in any way you can really think of. At the moment, it's disturbing to see, but we'll see what happens.
We're very close to codifying that worrying trend, though.
I guess so. Yeah, I mean, this one certainly, if it keeps going the way it's going, it's looking pretty good for Afreeca. But you know, looking at the late game, How do you think these two compositions stack up?
I mean, when you see double teleport on one side, you really are incentivized to give the advantage to Afreeca, but you look at the champions, I don't know if there's going to be a person who can enter lane against both Kassadin and Trundle. Different damage types, different stats required. This Fiora right now is behind compared to a lane opponent, hasn't got any magic resist at all, so I feel like Afreeca is just going to have so many different options that will overwhelm what SKT are able to do in the late game.
Yeah, I gotta say too, Mickey is owning Faker pretty hard in the mid lane right now. The rivalry continues. It's a good one. Mickey's a great mid laner. And you know he loves these 1v1s, right? You know he loves it when he just gets to sit in lane and try to show that he can go toe-to-toe with Faker, and he's doing it today.
He's the sort of guy that goes out there, plays confident with his collar up. Oh, I see a
little
trade
bit,
here.
maybe a little bit too confident as Blank comes in with the cocoon. He's going to turn it around, though. Faker very low, but Mickey may have overstepped his bounds. No, gets healed in the end. That summoner heal used as Songyun came in, and they force SKTelecom to back off.
Definitely Mickey were playing with too much confidence. It turned out that SKT had members closer than Afreeca.
Yep.
But Afreeca's entourage comes in, they won't be able to push down the turret. Sivir rotates, so not going to punish in the bottom lane, so it ends up being pretty even, except that once again Faker doesn't invest any summoners, and Mickey has to flash away.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of a win there for SKTelecom, but the Afreeca Freecs able to just respond with the Rift Herald.
Already doing pretty well in that top lane match, and if Trundle now packs the Rift Herald as well,
Very good point.
he's going to be in a great spot against Duke's Fiora, who, we have to mention it, just hasn't got that love and attention that a Fiora needs to get big. Needs a jungler usually to impact the lane to get that Fiora rolling, and it just hasn't happened this game.
Yeah, Mickey already starting a little bit of a split push down in bot lane, and Afreeca probably thinking about that next dragon too. Duke's lost a lot of health on that turret as well.
They have the power spikes. They've got the Yomu's Ghostblade on the Lucian, soon to be Black Cleaver. Black Cleaver this game, you look at the lineup, 4 AD damage dealers, well 3 and a Braum, but regardless, it's going to be a big pickup for them. Faker's looking really aggressive on Songyun.
Yeah, Snowflower comes right in though. Has that shield.
Looks like it might be a burst build from Mickey. It's got what looks like the makings of another big AP purchase. Maybe the Luden's Echo coming next for the Kassadin.
Could be.
Could be Lichbane as well.
Ooh, a Mountain Drake started by SKTelecom. This would be a big pickup for them. They need this kind of thing to stay in the game. Let's see if Afreeca Freecs can take it away. Only Snowflower there at the moment, but everyone else coming down. There's a teleport. SKTelecom finishes off the Dragon in time. Nice Braum ultimate. Hitting Blank, hitting Bang. They're going to pick up the kill on Bang right away. And when Blank comes down, nope, not going to get out. So a double kill going over to Linderong. So Mountain Drake is great for SKT, but a double kill on the split-pushing Trundle, not so good for SKT. So I don't know. Who do you think came out on top of that one? I feel like Afreeca Freecs maybe still looking a little bit better overall.
2 kills for the Drake is very much a line ball. The fact that it's Mountain is important, but the fact that Afreeca here is probably going to take this mid lane turret will definitely tip it over to Afreeca Freecs.
Yeah, they will. 7 kills to 0 right now. Only 1 Drake, no turrets for SKTelecom. Teleport coming in though. Duke trying to make a play on the Songyun, possibly no. Decided to change his mind. That teleport just completely wasted now. And in the meantime, Mickey takes top lane.
And we're watching on our screen also the replay that was pretty straightforward. The double TP, getting the Trundle pillar in. Nowhere to go for Blank, who didn't have his teleport. And then, as you say, a big investment in terms of another summoner from the side of SKT for no kill, losing a turret. Gold lead's now growing. It's 7,000 gold lead to Afreeca Freecs.
Yeah, man. I didn't even notice the replay on the other monitor because I was just watching Duke TP in there for nothing. And whoops. I thought Duke was going to do a bit more, but no.
It's not what Fiora does. Fiora's not the greatest champion for teleport flanks or any sort of teleport engages. You want to split push, therefore you want to have early pressure. But from the moment that Afreeca invested in Mickey's teleport to get the top lane matchup rolling, and importantly to get Mickey rolling.
Yeah, Wolf needs to be really careful going that close to that Kassadin. Mickey's doing a ton of damage right now.
Fed Kassadin is an AP assassin, and ranged supports have always been food for champions like Kassadin.
And it's hard to feed him too because he's got that big mask thing over his mouth. How does he even eat? How do you even feed this guy?
These are the questions that keep me up at night, though.
I know, right? Me too. But I'm not the only one. Oh, Faker trying to make a play on the Mickey here. Blank having to back away. Mickey gets out just in time. Afreeca Freecs trying to disengage, and they will get the kill onto Faker. Faker getting a bit too aggressive again. Whoa, Songyun may not have wanted to flash in for that one. That was a bit overeager, but in the end, they don't give up a kill, so ends up being just fine, I would say.
They don't invest all their members either. Trundle was just split pushing casually up top this whole time.
Yep.
So it won't be a perfect game, even if things stay this way. There was one Dragon, or one Drake, over to SKT.
This is going to be about as close to a perfect game as we've seen people get against SKTelecom in I don't know how long.
I mean, this SKTelecom lineup has never been perfect gamed in the history of their existence.
Yep.
So
Still won't now, but it's about as close as it gets.
what a world we live in. Everything made so much sense a week ago.
It did, yeah. I mean, I leave, and this whole league just goes insane.
I mean, the first day when SKT completely dominated MVP, it was pretty much business as usual, but ever since then, results have been really up in the air, and out of nowhere, SKT with now Blank and previously Bengi have just not looked the same team.
That's right. Linderon going in at a Duke here. Snowflower joining the party as well. Duke has some flash. Braum ultimate used to get the knockup. They've got the passive, and an easy kill for Linderon, and he is just a monster on this 5-0-1 Trundle. Faker in big trouble again. No turret to help you. Pulls his way out of there, but still showing that he cannot do anything against Mickey right now.
5-0-1 Trundle versus 0-3-0 Fiora. Yep, Fiora will have no chance to stand up to either Trundle or Kassadin in the split push. They don't even need to coordinate their teleport time as Baron started. It's at half health now.
Well, yeah, they turn away from the Baron, going in on the Blank here. Gets trapped by that pillar. He's going to repel to nowhere. And meanwhile, Wolf decides to give up a kill as well. 2 kills for the Afreeca Freecs. They can churn right around onto that Baron. Uh-oh. See, here's the real thing. I feel like the real problem is that interview where the SKTelecom coach was like, hey, I'm sorry for saying we were going to be bad. We're actually really good. And as soon as he said that, Papa Smithy, look what happens.
Are you ready for the most Korean re-apology and apologizing about his apology?
He's like, I'm sorry, guys. I know I said we were bad, and then we were good, so I said we were good. But then after I said we were good, we were bad. So I'm sorry we're bad, because apparently we're not good. I don't know what happens here.
I mean, this is just a shooting gallery for the Afreeca Freecs. There's no way to run away from Mickey. He's so strong ever since he got that first kill. This Kassadin just casually jumping, assassinating members. Flash or flash not on the side of SKT, it doesn't make a difference. And this is just the biggest hole I've seen SKT in a game. I mean, 0-11 kill score.
It's not as big as a hole that's growing in my heart, Papa Smithy. My beloved SKTelecom. What is going on here?
I mean, every relationship has its good days and its bad days, Noah. This is the tests you have to go through.
That's true, and I'm no fair weather fan, man. That's for sure.
Really? What about that rough weather SKTelecom?
No. Hey, we live in Seoul. The weather's always rough here.
That was 2014, and you guys were still decent back then.
Yeah. No, I have never given up on SKT.
Maybe for this one game, though, you shouldn't have too many high hopes.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Honestly, this draft shouldn't have worked from Afreeca. It's very high risk, but they basically they took the risk, right? They made their gambles. They went for the teleport play top. If you do that and you don't get the kill or a couple members die, you probably lose the game. If you go for that 5-man dive with no minions, don't pull it off, you probably lose the game. SKT are one of the best teams in the world with playing with early snowball, except this time both bets paid off for Afreeca, and they're reaping the rewards.
I just spent the last like 30 seconds looking into the SKTelecom booth, and nobody is talking. Like, nobody. It is not looking good in there.
You know what they say, if you've got nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I mean, when you're losing a game this badly, what really is there to say? But still, man, it's a rough one. Looks like another Ocean Drake up. Not that it may matter a whole lot with Afreeca pushing so hard with the Baron buff. Going after Linderon now, but Blank slowed down by the Pillar of Filth.
It's a pillar of ice now, Doa.
Well, that looks like filth to me. Well, but was I talking about the Trundle ability or SKTelecom's play this game?
Oh,
that's the question.
You're back, Doa.
I'm going to leave the mystery up to you. I'm back.
Lichbane autos mean this turret's not long for the world.
Yeah, that's right. Going after the inhibitor now. Faker slowed down, has to pull. That Braum passive just too dangerous. Doesn't want to get stunned. And the Afreeca Freecs rotating to the mid lane now, where Linderon is already beating down that turret. Well, you say GG.
I can, and it's just, again, it's surreal. The loss to Jin Air was surreal, but this is even more so because of how one-sided this game has been. SKT once again pick this Fiora and don't set up for it effectively. Either you don't play aggressive, or you really hold back as Duke in lane. You don't look to trade, so you don't get abused by something like the Mickey teleport. Speaking of which, double teleport.
Yeah, double TP, and I think it's kind of a victory lap. They're going to go in on this fight. They're going to force the repel immediately. Duke gets knocked up, trying to go in, trying to do damage. Really can't make it happen. There goes the turret. Taking a little bit of damage here. Faker able to get something done with that Vlad, but Afreeca just backs off calmly, takes the last inhibitor. And they're going to recall and get ready for that final push of the game. And SKTelecom still with 0 turrets. I can't remember the last time I saw a game where SKTelecom got 0 kills and 0 turrets.
We'll have to look to other people to confirm, but I don't know if there's ever been such a game, Doa. SKT have certainly had their losses, but the nature of this particular one, literally only a single Drake to show for 25 minutes play. Just insane.
Yeah, seriously, in my years of casting SKTelecom, I think this is possibly the most one-sided loss I have ever seen them endure. I mean, in a single game.
How do you evaluate the strength of SKTelecom if they lose to both Jin Air and then Afreeca Freecs? I mean, we wondered that in spring season and
very true.
Ended up eating our words later. There's still a very long season ahead of us, but SKT's season has gone pear-shaped just out of nowhere.
Yeah, and I mean, a couple matches isn't the end of the world. Obviously, they've got a lot of season left here, but it is a little bit odd. Duke trying to come from behind, but there's just no power on this Fiora. SKTelecom moving in. They get the Cocoon onto Linderong, but he's so tanky right now. Culling doing a bit of damage to Faker as he backs in and out of the fight. Mickey gets exhausted here, but he can just kind of wait that ability out. And Summon or not, a big impact does a ton of damage to Duke on the way back in. It looks like Afreeca Freecs ready to end this one. Going in on the Nexus turret. They take one out. A kill onto Duke immediately, who's had a pretty rough game on that Fiora. Another one goes down. There goes the Nexus. Bang backing away. They want another couple kills. Faker low, a double kill now for Mickey as he takes out Blanket. There it is. The most one-sided loss I have seen SKTelecom take in recent memory. Afreeca Freecs dominating Faker in the game, or the gang in game number 1.
13-0 in kills, 11-0 in turrets, a single Drake to show for the game for SKTelecom T1. Surreal stuff. Afreeca went for the risky drop, but they rolled the dice twice. They pulled off the level 3 gank in the top lane, investing that teleport from the Cassidy. The 5-man gank with no minions in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
They took out 3, and the snowball from there was clear for everyone to see.
I mean, that's really it, isn't it? They just were able to snowball that composition extremely well.
Doa, I've got a worrying stat for you. 2
Okay.
games in a row. Faker, 0-6-0 altogether. No kill involvement in 2 games for Faker. First on LeBlanc,
That's unheard of.
now the Vladimir.
It's insane, man. Can't believe it. But what a great start for the Afreeca Freecs. I mean, this is a team that, frankly, we're expecting a bit more from coming into the season. And it's nice to see them finally put up some good games. We'll see if it continues, I suppose.
With Sungwon and Linderang, who both played really well. The shot calling was good. The ability to tank the turret was pinpoint exact.
Yeah.
Easy MVP for the Cassidy, and Mickey was wonderful this game. His best performance in a long time. He turns back the clock, and it's fittingly against his rival. Maybe it's a one-sided rivalry, but that rivalry might be heating up because Faker was made to look pretty average this game.
Hey man, Faker got rocked hard this game by Mickey, and I'm sure if it ends up being a win, Mickey's not going to let him forget that in the post-game interview.
Are you ready, Doa? Oh, baby.
I'm ready, man. We'll see if Mickey gets the MVP for one of these games. When we come back, SKTelecom, Coma and the gang got to figure out a way to turn this one around. We'll see if they can tie it up, but I think we're in for a good series here.
Doesn't look angry yet, but you have to think the anger is rising in Coma. His team looked very ordinary.
You know it's in there. Just like the Hulk, Coma's secret is that he's always angry. I'm pretty sure. We'll see if he hulks out in game number 2, though. I don't know. Afreeca Freecs still looking pretty happy in the booth, but they got to keep it up. 1 win is not a match win. When we come back, SKTelecom versus Afreeca Freecs, game number 2. Don't go anywhere, guys. LCK on OGN. We'll be right back.
Winning. It's like 25 the lifestyle you bust out of prison. Something's in the air, some something's in the air. It's like that feeling when you're just about to kill it. Take your last shot, you know you're gonna hit it. Something's in the air, something's in the air. Whoa.
자, 지난주 롤챔스 드디어 모두가 비벼지는 비빔밥 메타가 완성되었습니다. SKT를 진에어가 잡고, 진에어를 삼성이 잡고, 삼성을 롱주가 잡고, 롱주를 CJ가 잡고, CJ를 아프리카가 잡고, 아프리카를 에버가 잡고, 에버를 MVP가 잡고, MVP를 KT가 잡고, KT를 락스가 잡고, 락스를 SKT가 잡으면서 서로 물고 물리는 너와 나의 연결 고리. 괜찮아요? 이런 것도 나가야 돼, 위클래시 K. 아니, 위클래시 K 이런 것도 나가야 된다고요, 이런 거. 공개하라! 공개하라! 공개하라!
It ain't over yet.
진에어가 넥서스에 손 하나 까딱 안 대고 경기를 이겼습니다. 어떻게 그랬냐고요? 미니언 그리밍스 제6의 멤버 슈퍼미니언의 대활약, 보고도 당할 수밖에 없었던 아프리카의 절절한 사연 들어보시죠. 왜 안 나와요? 안타깝습니다. 이 선수들의 보이스를 저희가 들려드리고 싶은데 앞에 경기가 화요일이었어요. 수목금토 경기만 됐어도, 아니면 이 썸머 시즌만 아니었어도 저희가 이 아프리카 애절한 마음, 환희에 찬 이 기쁨의 진의 목소리 다 들려드릴 수 있었을 텐데 그날 주는 게 이런 점은 굉장히 아쉽습니다. 때는 지난 2015년 스프링 결승전, 타이거즈의 빗창에 이렐리아가 야심차게 올라옵니다. 하지만 이어지는 김동준 해설의 따끔한 비판과 극딜, 결국 타이거즈는 우승컵을 놓치게 되고 그 후 탑라인에서 이렐리아는 종적을 감췄습니다. 하지만 이렐 수가 이렐리가 없는데 11개월 만에 롤챔스에 다시 등장한 이렐리가 없는데 듀크도 하드캐리, 액페도 하드캐리, 무사히 LCK에 다시 상륙한 이렐리아. 게임이 이렐리가 있네? 감독 코치의 만류에도 열심히 준비 중이라는 스냅 선수도 얼른 1년 전에 이렐리아 흑역사를 정산하시길 바라겠습니다. 자, 지난주 최고의 이슈였습니다. 무실 세트 전승 가도를 달리던 SKT가 진에어 앞에 무너졌습니다. 페이커 선수의 무리한 앞전멸과 하드 스로잉과 함께 SKT 결국 첫 패배를 맛보았는데요. 하지만 SKT의 패배보다 더 무서웠던 건 경기 후 포착된 김종균 코치의 표정이었습니다. 와, 표정 보세요. 살벌합니다. 아마 진정한 SKT 딜량 1위는 분노한 꼬치가 아니었을까 싶은데요. 꼬치 딜량이 한 2030일 정도로 좀 떨어지길 바라겠습니다. 너무 무서워요, 꼬치. 예, 그런 모습 처음이야. 꼬치한테 연락해보셨어요, 혹시? 아니요. 그 분위기에서 연락해서 하기가 분위기 안 좋은데. 할까? 너무 크게. 정균아. 뭐 하고 있어?
그냥 있지, 신세한테서.
너 그때 왜 이렇게 화를 냈어?
지금 뭐 하고 있어?
아니야. 눈치는 더럽게 빠르네.
뭐 하고 있어?
왜 이렇게 화를 냈어?
뭐가?
그때 왜 이렇게 화를 냈어요?
아니야.
아니에요?
네.
그 화면만 그렇게 나온 거죠?
예, 화면만 그렇게 나오고.
말은 뭐, 괜찮아, 얘들아. 열심히 하면은 다음 경기 이길 수 있어. 이런 식으로 얘기한 거죠?
네? 뭐 하고 있으세요, 지금?
아직 위클리 LCK입니다.
네. 정말 저 그 팬이에요. 정말 잘 보고 있어요.
감사합니다. 저도 SKT 팬입니다.
네, 그게
네네.
당군 캐스터님 아니면은 할 사람이 없는 것 같아요. 너무 잘 어울려요.
저도 SKT 코치는 김종균 코치밖에 할 사람이 없는 것 같습니다. 너무 잘 어울려요.
네, 감사합니다.
네. 어차피 뭐 몰락은 있어도 몰락이 아니구나. 부진은 있어도
아니시죠?
예, 부진은 있어도 몰락은 없잖아요.
그렇게 하려고 선수들도 다 노력 중이죠.
알겠습니다. 수고하세요, 그러면. 굉장히 가식적인 멘트들. 눈치가 빨라서 바로 방송인 거 안 해요. 자, 이번 주 위클리 LCK는 여기까지입니다. 1라운드가 얼마 남지 않았어요. 대학생들 이제 여름방학을 시작했을 텐데 집에만 누워있지 말고 이 상암 경기장에서 롤챔스 함께 하시길 바라겠습니다. 그리고 이 중고딩 우리 급식 먹을 날이 얼마 안 남았거든요. 이제 어머니 밥 많이 먹어야 되지 않겠습니까? 7월에 방학하면 이곳에 많이 친구들 손잡고 놀러 오시길 바라면서 저는 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 다음 주에 또 만나요.
Beat in sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
And welcome back to LCK Summer, or should I say Bizarro LCK Summer, where Afreeca Freecs is dominating SKTelecom. Linderong played a great Trundle game. You and I think a bit differently, though. We think like MVP should have gone to Mickey.
I think it should have gone to Mickey. He had a massive game. He invested his teleport at this point where you could lose lane if you misplay from it, but they got the kill. They got the top lane rolling. Honestly, Linderong never looked back, though. He was completely dominant in the 1v1. Solo killing Duke is not something many people have pulled off, but the aggression he showed here and the aggression that the Afreeca Freak showed up, trusting in what was a bit of a gambler's gambit from Afreeca, to be honest. They'd made a lot of risks. The Kassadin last pick meant they had no wave clear. If they got behind, they would have kind of been starved out of the game, even though they had a strong 1-3-1. The thing about the 1-3-1 is both solo laners were super far ahead, so SKT really had no answers for what Afreeca put out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy to think about. I mean, Afreeca Freecs certainly going with something very risky, but credit to them, they performed. And shockingly, they're actually going to swap the roster out. That's right, Ixu and Lyra coming into the top end jungle. I mean, after a game like that, after they totally rocked SKT, now making this swap, help me make sense of this, Papa Smithy.
Well, it's exactly
Help us all.
the reverse of my emotions, as they should be, because before the series, I'm like, why are Linderong and Songwan playing? They got to go with Lyra and Ixu.
Sure.
And now they had a carry performance, and they're taking them away, and I'm like, why are they taking away Linderong and Songwan? They played great. So this must have been a pre-match planned substitution just to give Ixu and Lyra some more games. But they went for 3 games in a row with Linderong and Songwan. The last one, of course, being as close to a perfect game over SKTelecom as any team in the world has ever managed to get.
Yeah.
And they still go for the substitution. Now, they're definitely bringing in Ixu and Lyra, both great players, but this is going to have to unsteady what was some excellent team chemistry and shot calling between the 5 that took the rift in Game 1.
It's a bizarre move, but, you know, to be fair, if they do lose this game, they still have Game 3 where they can swap back if they feel like that's what it takes to win. Meanwhile, SKTelecom, they just got to keep it together. I mean, that was easily one of the worst losses they have ever suffered in their history. And so now, you got to come back from it. You got to keep your head in the game. Koma, of course, not looking as angry as he probably is, but I suppose you got to stay positive, right? That's what I'm telling myself right now, at least, Papa Smithy, is you have to stay positive.
Well, you sound convincing, Doa, but
I don't feel that way.
understandable.
It's all an act.
SKT, will they be able to steady themselves? Will Faker finally get a kill involvement that isn't a death? Last 2 games without a kill or an assist is
well, we will see.
Bizarro world SKT.
Yeah, no kidding. I feel like I flew through like a weird like portal to another dimension when I came back from LA.
Did you go over the Bermuda
this
Triangle
week.
or no?
No, I flew over the North Pole. I mean, crazy stuff happens there sometimes, so
Magnets.
who knows? Nobody knows how those work, so I mean, we're in, anything could happen. Azir banned out by Afreeca Freecs, SKTelecom banning the Thresh. So same bans as we saw in game number 1 so far.
I just don't know if the draft from Afreeca will really be targeted by SKT. I guess you could ban the Trundle, but you have to remember that, again, Linderong and Songwan are gone. Now it's Ixu and Lyra, both with their own champion pool. Lyra, for example, an excellent Graves jungle, so that's going to be a consideration, even though Graves has been kind of hit or miss this season. Someone like Lyra really leads from the front. Winged also beat SKT largely from his Graves performance, so we'll see if anything changes. But for now, much the same from SKT. But the question is, do they ban the Twisted Fate they banned in Game 1?
We'll see. Going for the Rise ban second. Afreeca, didn't want to ban that, wanted to leave it open for a possible first pick, but SKTelecom taking that away. That does make you wonder, though. Like you said, will it be that Twisted Fate ban, or will they have to take something else out for that last red side ban?
This is the point where Afreeca is worried about giving two powerful picks to SKT on the red side. So let's see what they want to take off the board. Interestingly, it is the Nami. Nami has been Wolf's most played support. He was 6-2 before the start of this series. Been defaulting to that Nami like a lot of supports. Pure, for example, from Longzhu has been doing that as well. Final ban is going to be Shen once again. So notable, the Twisted Fate is available for Mickey this game.
That's right. SKT did ban Shen as their third ban in game number 1. The only difference is taking out that TF instead of the Rise, but felt they needed to get rid of that. Twisted Fate, I wouldn't say it's first pick worthy.
No,
wouldn't want to do that on blue side.
The thing is that Mickey's full bag of tricks is available. There's been only the Azir and Rise banned away from mid laners. Neither of them has really been a big pick for Mickey. So this kind of forces SKT, at least by conventional logic, to last pick their mid lane, because otherwise maybe Mickey on one of his pocket picks gets a preferential matchup on, say, the Zed, on, say, the Twisted Fate, and has a big game. A lot left up. Lyra back in the lineup, an excellent Nidalee player. That's first picked by Afreeca.
Yeah, Nidalee falling all the way through picks and bans in game number 1, which is kind of surprising, but immediately picked up by Afreeca. And the thing is, Trundle is still out there too, and that's going to be a big priority. Karma and Lucian picked up for SKTelecom.
I wouldn't mind Trundle and the Vladimir taking this rotation, but
yeah,
from Afreeca Freecs. The Vlad pick seems to make a lot of sense. SKT didn't make much of it last game, definitely didn't look great on the pick. Could just be something like the LeBlanc or the blind picking LeBlanc. Didn't go so well for Faker against Janair.
I think Mickey's kind of trolling Faker right now. It's like, hey, you wanna bring up the LeBlanc? Worked great for you last time, didn't it? 0-5-0 LeBlanc, man, pretty scary stuff. What a troll. I'm not talking about the possible pickup for Afreeca here.
Ixu has the Ghost. That might mean nothing. That could just be the default summoner spells, but Ghost is very rarely seen in the top lane outside of a champion like Olaf. So we'll wait and see if that means anything. But
well, there's been some Olaf in China, hasn't there, this season so far? So he's out there. But
I mean, Rainova still plays in the jungle. Hecarim is suggested by Ghost as well.
All right.
Hecarim jungle is what we saw CJ Entus carry with. That was the Shen Hecarim top lane and jungle duo. With the Ghost, it could be a top lane Hecarim, which has always been a pick for Afreeca. Their previous top laner, CV Max, before he dropped from competitive play, was a Hecarim main, and Ixu played a lot of Hecarim a year ago, so outside chance at the top. Otherwise, Lyra might be taking it to the jungle.
Yeah. Does leave SKTelecom with the option to pick up that Trundle, though. Will they do it?
This is probably going to be Karma in the mid lane, I would have to guess, from SKTelecom. I don't know if they go back to the Vladimir after it let them down so much in game 1. Basically, Mickey was everywhere and Vlad was just wave clearing and never really getting around to the other lanes. Duke looked excellent on Aurelia, so I think it's time to pack up the Fiora, 0-2 on the season.
Yeah, I agree, and especially where Aurelia's been such a strong champion in 6.11, and they are going to go for it. Interestingly enough, Aurelia, you know, so highly contested this last week. Again, all the way through picks and bans in game number 1.
Hecarim might struggle in that matchup, especially early. Hecarim really wants to itemize into Trinity Force, but it's a bit of a luxury purchase from the jungle. From the top lane, you can build it, but I worry about the WMAX Aurelia basically just taking out the low health pool Hecarim in trades. Still very much a Hecarim item. And we're going to see a lot of favorites. If we see Ixu go back to his old favor in Hecarim and the Twisted Fate come out as well, there'll be a lot of comfort from the Afreeca Freecs lineup. The only worry is that if Ixu does go for a damage build, only Braum will really exist as a frontline for this Jhin to do damage. They committed to Jhin early. Jhin needs a strong frontline. And right now, unless it's a full tank Hecarim, he may struggle to get one, although wait to see how this draft finally finishes off. We're expecting it to be Nidalee jungle, so I guess it has to be top lane Hecarim.
Seems that way. You think the Trundle's going to go for support? Yep. And so Mickey just going with the safe LeBlanc pick in the mid lane.
Interesting draft from Afreeca. Certainly has some semblance of a pick comp. That's what Jhin can do for a massive range if any ability hits.
Yeah.
Trundle support for only the second time this season. It is undefeated at 1-0. Now, SKT just need to pick their support. Traditionally, at this point, it has been the Nami. They could also digress, put the Karma in support once more, and give Faker a different mid laner against the LeBlanc.
True. It's possible.
They need wave clear. Karma can provide that from mid lane, so it will be Karma mid. Support Braum on the side of SKT.
Yeah. And Duke, of course, I mean, after a pretty poor game versus Linderong in game number 1, is going to be looking to carry his heart out. Like, this is Duke with a vengeance, right?
I think it has to be both top laners once again being the defining points of their team. It's top lane Hecarim. I should have got it earlier because they had already locked in the Nidalee. Nowhere else for Hecarim to go but the top lane. Issue here is that Nidalee's going to be a backliner, Jin's going to be a backliner, it's going to be a support Trundle, and obviously LeBlanc's going to be poking in and out. So what will Ixu build to kind of be the front line this Jin especially needs? And it's a snowball matchup. Both Trinity Force top laners, strong ganking junglers. It was all about Afreeca really getting the advantage for Ixu in the top lane in game 1. Let's see who can do it in game 2, because this time we got teleport on both mid laners.
Well, it's a bold roster swap for Afreeca to shift out the top in the jungle after such a strong game number 1 against SKTelecom. It's certainly an opportunity in theory for SKT to come back and force a game 3. We will see if they can do it. I haven't said this very often, but SKTelecom trying to tie things up against their opponents, the Afreeca Freecs. It's not just that they're playing against Afreeca, it's that they're trying to tie up a series against anyone.
And tying up almost belies how one-sided game 1 was. They have to crawl back, honestly, from as dominating a win as we've seen ever against SKTelecom.
Very true. Very true. And Mickey, we'll see if he has a lot of bragging to do in the post-match interviews as we go into this game 2. SKT, can they tie it up? Let's get in the game and find out. All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift again. It's Ocean Drake time. SKTelecom versus the Afreeca Freecs in game number 2. And again, if you're just joining us, holy cow, Afreeca Freecs totally stomped SKT in game 1. It was not even close. No kills, no turrets, only 1 dragon on the scoreboard for SKTelecom in game number 1.
But perhaps even more importantly, you seem to have brought good tidings from North America because no Cloud Drakes in game 1.
I guess so, yeah. I mean, things are going well in that regard, at least.
Got to find things to be happy about.
That's true.
For an SKT fan, no Cloud Drake is at least a bit of an over.
We will see. There's still plenty of matches yet today. Plenty of games, theoretically.
So we're
At
getting
least 3.
We're leaning into this Hecarim top. It is the further foot battle from the Hecarim. I'm really interested to see how this lane matchup goes. Back in the past, if we saw a match like this, you'd expect a lane swap very heavily because Hecarim will be taking the Ignite and Teleport and looking for something different. So a laner you could gank easily if he's overextended.
Yeah.
This time the Hecarim has the Ghost, so with the buffed Ghost, Ixu returns to Hecarim top.
Lots of SKTelecom fans in the audience.
What do they make of game 1? That's the question.
Well, this is when we see who the true fans are, you know? Who's going to jump on the Afreeca Freecs bandwagon? Probably not a whole lot of people.
Jump
actually.
away from the team that's won everything.
I know. Yeah, the current reigning champions of everything in League of Legends. Yeah, I don't think you jump off that bandwagon.
Hey, they haven't won
very
any
quickly.
LCS yet, though.
It's only a matter of time. It only takes, what, you know, maybe 8 years for everybody to get normalized or whatever you would call it over there, and then they can reform.
Playing the long game.
Yep.
We're watching Lyra's jungle pathing now. His natural jungle pathing is going to take him to bot lanes. If we see a level 3 gank from Blank, Lyra probably will be on the opposite side of the map. So let's see if Hecarim plays smart and doesn't opt into potential snowball that what can happen in these top lanes. Now that we see top laners that rush that Trinity Force, the big story is that getting an item advantage for one of these top laners can honestly decide a game, much less a lane.
Very true. Suddenly Ixu and Lyra have a lot to live up for after the performance of the mid and top last game. Blank gets a spear right in the face as he comes out of Tri-Brush. Those junglers are going to duel a little bit, but we're not going to watch it. Nope, not important.
Lyra smartly understands that the full clear can't happen. He has to leave his second buff for a while. That's something that behooves Blank, who wants to give the blue buff over to Faker, but double buff does make Nidalee a very potent jungler, but more important for Lyra to cover for this Hecarim than necessarily focus on his first clear.
Yeah. Standard lanes again for the second game in a row. Snowflower taking a bit of damage, a little bit more because of the passive from Braum, getting that stun
Gonna be Sungyun trying to farm up in the bottom lane, so definitely not looking for any assertive laning phase against the Lucian, who saw nerfs in 6.11, but still has very good early laning phase.
Oh, yeah.
Big difference is that now with the range change on Q, you can be a lot safer at more aggressive at standing in your minion wave and instead of getting poked out by that Q.
Right.
Ekrem's looking for a gank here.
Yeah, Faker coming in, used that shield early on. The chains miss from Mickey, and so Ixu's going to call that gank off as he comes into mid lane. Faker not having to use any summoners, which is pretty nice.
Minion wave will push back from Duke, but he teleported back into lane, has the Doran's Blade. Not going to be any health from the purchases from Ixu, just the long sword and the cloth armor.
Yep. And as you can see, Hecarim's already got plenty of armor, so a little bit more cloth doesn't make a big difference for this guy.
Something I didn't consider, though, that there was those corrupting potion changes in the patches after MSI that moved a lot of the power away from the amount of health that you regen, instead gave more mana. Of course, Hecarim, the last nerfs he saw directed towards top lane was mana nerfs on Q, so that extra mana will actually be put to good use by the Hecarim who wants to go full helicopter spamming Q and trade.
Good point. Snowflower getting poked quite a bit again. And Wolf and Bang are doing a good job of being bullies in this lane. I mean, it's Lucian Braum, so what do you really expect? But they are making it work well so far.
Kondo has potions and of course the King's Tribute passive. Bang. Rooted up, that will be fine.
Yep, Songyun taking a lot of punishment here. Bang a little bit low on mana though, so things will probably stay pretty even in this bot lane.
Also the roam, there's an 11 CS advantage for Duke in the top lane, who also expended his teleport compared to Ixu. Hasn't used teleport yet, not level 6 to try and impact a lane with the Onslaught of Shadows though.
Onslaught of Shadows. It's a very fancy name for ghost horses. Bunch of ghost horses.
It's true. It's a
Onslaught
cool ability
of
though.
Shadows. It is cool. I agree.
Must be close to 6, because Nidalee is hanging around the lane. No way to gank this lane, I think, without the ultimate.
Yeah, you'd think they'd need that Hecarim ultimate to do anything to Duke here.
Well, he's an ult. That will naturally path you behind, then you use the Devastating Charge to push it towards the Nidalee. Instead, just going to be Lyra clearing out that pink ward.
Well, Snowflower is aware of flank here. Fight of the Krugs. And Mickey just TP's back to lane. Trying to keep up in the CS to Faker. Faker is a little bit ahead, but you do get a lot of poke from the Karma lanes, obviously.
Karma has a very dominant early laning phase. Does very good damage until the tanks can just start absorbing her Qs, then becomes more about the utility of the high AP ratio on the shield.
Right. Speed as well.
No Sivir Karma this time, but mid lane Karma will get access to the max level shield much faster than support.
Now, Jin's a creepy guy. You know that?
Why?
The sounds he makes, doing his abilities, the way he walks. He's a creepy dude. But I was distracted because what I really wanted to talk about was the stats from these two teams coming into this one. SKTelecom, despite that loss to Jin, pretty much on top in every category, and the Afreeca Freecs, you could call them like the 33% team. Because coming into this one, all right, get this.
I'm listening.
All right, they have a 33% rate for First Blood, Dragon Control, First Tower, First Team to 3 towers, and their Baron take rate is only 35%, which is around, 1 in 3. So basically, they do everything well 1 out of 3 times coming into this series. So they were really struggling in nearly every aspect of the game, but if they can keep up what we saw in game number 1, those stats are going to turn around for both teams, honestly.
And what those raw numbers translate is into stats that, again, don't make good reading. 10th in the league out of 10, so lowest for First Blood percentage, lowest for Dragon Control. In general, they were really struggling in their first 6 series, so a lot about game 1 was just completely unexpected from Afreeca Freecs.
I mean, we had questions about SKT coming into this one because of how they looked against Jin last week, but that was Jin. Jin is a generally pretty good team until they randomly get 2-0 by MVP. I don't know what to say about Jin, but SKTelecom, you'd think they would look stronger this week, but instead, losing harder than they've ever really lost before. But it's only 1 game.
It's one of those things where you come into this game and the storyline is SKT needs to confidently 2-0 Afreeca to show that the Jin match was a fluke, or to look past the Jin Air match, and now the storyline starts to morph because it was Afreeca who convincingly took them out in game 1.
Yeah. And normally when someone says it's morphin time, I get really excited, but not in this case. This is a morph I don't want to see. Because SKTelecom is not morphing into a Power Ranger, they're morphing into like kind of a bad League of Legends team.
So more of an animorph than a...
That's true. So I never read those books when I was a kid.
It was a TV show too. Wasn't
Blank,
great.
a little bit shocking. Blank taking some serious damage from Lyra.
Oh,
There's another spear. Has to use that flash. Get out of the tunnel. Whoops. Whoa, over the wall onto Faker now. There, the chain's going to lock him up. Faker may have to flash here too. He does. And that did not work out well for SKTelecom. Faker had to come down to try to help out his jungler, and in turn had to end up burning a summoner himself.
Yep, that's flash down on Rek'Sai, so that means that, of course, her ganking pressure without the ability to flash on Burrow is going to be much, much lower. That means Ixu's going to be happier and safer in the top lane. They can't steal away the blue buff. Blank is able to stay. They're looking around the Drake, but have to back away from that as well.
Yep. Meanwhile, the duel up in top lane continues. Duke's getting a nice CS lead. You have to be a little bit worried if you're Ixu, I suppose.
Still seems to be going for at least the Phage. We're not sure if he's going to commit fully on a Trinity Force Rush that will make him a very damaging pony, but certainly a very squishy one too.
And Duke a little bit ahead in that race. Already has the Phage.
Ninja Tabby Rush makes a lot of sense on Hecarim, who has that movement speed scaling for damage as well with his passive. Does scale with level, but Ninja Tabby, outside of the W damage, gives you a lot of good defensive stats against an Aurelia.
SKTelecom, as you can see, able to take the first dragon of the game, so they'll get that little bit of out-of-combat regeneration, and it looks like it's going to be another Ocean Drake next, I believe.
It's a good back timer for Duke. Basically, he backed, worked out if he needed to teleport for Drake, and then just could confidently teleport back to turret, knowing that Ixu didn't have teleport available himself, so well coordinated from SKT. And this, of course, is the maximum things they picked up in game 1. One Drake.
That's true, that's all they got.
Anything from here is a positive movement for SKT.
Very true. Now, again, this is a team that came into this match with an average gold lead at 15 of about 1,900 gold, and I'm sure that stat dropped a little bit after game 1.
Before the series against Jin Air, it was over 2,500 gold, so
True, yeah.
free fall at this point, unfortunately, in terms of that stat.
Yeah. Baker going in onto Mickey. Blank is right there. Baker pops the passive, but not able to really finish him off. Ooh. If that was a Madrid Q, you gotta wonder. That would have maybe done enough.
Honestly, if Blank had shut out a Q as well, it would have been Mickey on about 50 health.
Yeah. Meanwhile, a dive down in bot lane. Snowflower taking some damage. Curtain call popped by Songyun just to try to force Bang away. Takes a lot of hits. Turret hits as well. Whoa, Flash is the last one. Ooh, that was close. Teleport coming in, though. They're going down onto Blank. Mickey coming in, getting that first blood. And Afreeca Freecs throughout all of that skirmish. Comes out on top a little bit. Meanwhile, Duke winning that 1v1 pretty handily against Ixu so far.
That was what I was worried about when he opted into the Hecarim matchup, is that W-Max Aurelia can now atomize into daggers very happily. No more zeal in the build path, just sheer attack speed that works much better with the hit-end style. If Hecarim's not going to build health, he's going to struggle trading against this Aurelia.
Certainly seems that way. The SKTelecom coming so close to getting that kill on the Snowflower in bot lane, and just some good zoning from Songyun on the Jin, and Mickey comes in and picks up first blood.
Seems like Bang made the call to go for the turret dive. Took 2 shots.
Oh, there we go. Onslaught of Shadows used to push Duke back under. He didn't get him under turret, but Snowflower there with the pillar. Duke has to flash away. Ixu low, but I think Duke may be dead here. Turns around for the stun with that Equilibrium strike, but there's nothing equal about the result up in that top lane as Afreeca Freecs pick up another kill.
Insult onto injury. They actually have Snowflower rotate first to the top lane. Lane gank Trundle doesn't sound like a successful strategy, but it's just enough with Aurelia's flash down to get the pillar in from Snowflower. Didn't even have flash of his own. Now, the lanes are helping out the top lane, and we're, again, eerily similar to game 1. Maybe to a lesser degree, but still similar nonetheless.
Yeah. Baker, though, doing okay in this mid lane. He's got the CS lead, has been able to chip that turret pretty nicely. Mickey does get some damage onto him. Whoa, boy, but a lot of damage in response for Faker. This Karma certainly can do a lot early on in the game. That's the time where you really need to get the lead, I suppose, if you're Faker.
It's a really comfortable pick into the LeBlanc as well because the laning phase is so dominant. You have shield, your poke out damages that of LeBlanc, and in general requires less skill shots to get the most out of it. So
True.
basically a pseudo LeBlanc in the laning phase and then evolving into the utility carry that Karma evolves into in the late game. Not quite Lulu, but pretty close.
Lyra over the wall there, but the response from Wolf is that Braum ultimate. Lyra very low. Songyun again with that curtain call from Jin, forcing SKT away, and now Bang very low health as Ixu comes in. Gets knocked up by the Rek'Sai though. Spear comes in, nearly takes out Bang. He has to back away. Ooh, Songyun goes for the W, doesn't get it. Blank on the run now. Snowflower slows him up with that pillar. Wolf and Faker to the rescue. Snowflower low, has to back away. Songyun chasing a spear onto Blank again. Nearly picks him off mid-tunnel. Flashes out of the W yet again. Lyra misses the spear. And somehow, some way, nobody dying in that engage.
First, Afreeca looked like they'd lose a couple of members. No one died. Then they continued the chase. They invested 5. Got no kills. So SKT come out ahead purely because Duke did not use teleport. Free farmed in the top. Now 28 CS ahead. Should definitely win the race towards the Trinity Force as well.
Yeah.
And then we'll see if Hecarim can enter lane against the Aurelia.
All right, let's check that out again.
I mean, Lyra got super overconfident here and then found 4 members instantly. Lyra heals himself at the last, doesn't die to ignite. And then you're like, oh boy, Afreeca might turn this one around. Ixu's not tanky enough, doesn't have Trinity Force completed either. So just on every side, not quite enough to take down any member. Snowflower's flash here was crazy aggressive for a support Trundle.
I like it.
Mickey was getting his rotation of his ultimate back up. He was about 2 seconds away from having the Mimic available, but no Mimic, no kills, advantage SKT.
Yeah. Lyra's spears were generally very good in that fight too until that very last one that he missed trying to finish off Blank. But you can see why that Italy is a scary pick for him to grab.
Just a single assist for Lyra, but he's got the 19 CS advantage and has controlled this game to a great degree.
Well, it looks like SKTelecom may finally do what they were not able to do in game number 1 and take an objective that's not a dragon. There's a turret. So they do end up getting the first turret of the game despite giving up the first 2 kills over to the Afreeca Freecs.
I think in a couple of different ways, SKT winning this early game.
I think so too.
Duke has definitely won the top lane in terms of having extra CS. The kill did go over to the Hecarim, but still a little bit extra gold to Duke, who wins the race to Trinity Force. I think as a Trinity Force power spike, if Ixu and Duke enter lane with Trinity Force and everything else being equal, Aurelia wins that 1v1. It's just after the tankiness, Hecarim is normally a better team fighter than Aurelia, so it'll be interesting to track as the game goes on.
Yeah, Duke able to push that top lane up now because he has the teleport. Ixu does not. Kind of needs to stick around the mid lane for the moment, but hey, if you're killing the turret, I think that's not a bad thing for the Afreeca Freecs. Faker taking a big chunk out of a few people with that Q. Wolf kind of on his own, gets locked up, has to use a Braum ultimate just to try to get away. Whoa, but Mickey's not going to let him. Helps Songyun pick up that kill there with the curtain call. The ultimate from Jin doing work, and that's going to mean that Afreeca Freecs can go after this dragon and have a pretty comfortable 5v4. Looks like they'll trade a top lane turret for it. They're okay with that though. That dragon going over to the Afreeca Freecs.
And LeBlanc actually recalls, enters lane against Duke. He's going to go for the kill here.
I don't know. Ooh, Duke using those Transcendent Blades just to try to kind of scare Mickey away a little bit.
So now SKT has been the best team in the league at taking advantage of summoner spell mismatches. They have double teleport. Ixu will soon have his up. But if we've seen SKT, if we know this team, they will rotate and force a 5v4 and really start the snowball in the mid game that this team comp can definitely provide. So let's see if they can return to form and take advantage of the fact that Mickey entered lane just to ensure that the top turret lived, but on just a sliver of health.
Right. Ooh, Ixu getting really, really low. Stayed up close as he knew Lyra and Snowflower were coming in.
So sheer damage build from Ixu. He's maxing Devastating Charge second, so won't even have the sustain that the W can provide, or at least less of that.
Yeah. Well, CS leads in all 3 lanes for SKTelecom right now. Pretty significant ones in top and AD carry. But they need more, you know? It's still a pretty even game. Still dead even in terms of gold, actually.
To me, the big difference is that the build paths for both top laner and AD carry are identical, and SKT have more damage on their carries. And it's Athene's needlessly large rod coming out from the Karma, which means the extra defensive stats that the Athenes provides now is true defensive item choice, and just big shields. So they're going to have higher health pools and either the same or more damage. So in a 5v5, for now, SKT has a pretty clear advantage item-wise.
Right. Uh-oh. Have they caught Ixu? No, they have not. As good as Mickey looked in game number 1. Ooh, Faker zoned out. There's the curtain call again. Flashes. He's playing DDR, playing it on heavy, but he makes it through. Doesn't get killed. Nearly takes out Mickey in response. Whoa, there we go. Ixu coming in for the execute onto Faker. And now Afreeca Freecs pushing towards this mid lane. Blank in a little bit of trouble as well. They're going to let him go, turn around, take out that turret. Suddenly jumping out to a lead, but again, Duke pushing in the bot lane, Bang pushing in the top lane, so the Afreeca Freecs can't really do a whole lot with this other than just grab that low health turret.
Taking the mid lane turret, though, is a big boon for them. They've got a pick comp with this full damage Hecarim and the LeBlanc, so being able to get that really deep wards in means that they'll be able to get the sort of flanks in the late game that will really help them out. So turret-wise, they trade up, but a lot of extra gold, as you mentioned, and resources over to SKTelecom. It was really nice dodging from Faker. It's just there's no counterplay to this Hecarim. Long-range engage. Once the Trundle Pillar comes through, which you have to say was actually really nicely positioned from Snowflower.
It was.
The rest was history. Full damage Hecarim does one thing, explode people, and just fine that time around.
Yeah, I would say so. SKTelecom, once again, finding themselves a little bit behind. It's not as bad as it was in game number 1, but it's not good either. Faker looking for some revenge on Ixu here. No ultimate for that Hecarim right now, and Faker doing tons of damage. Here comes Blank. They should be able to catch him. Blank comes over the wall, though. Here's Lyra. They've got the spear, and it looks like it will be a kill. Blank flashing forward for that one. First kill of the series for SKTelecom. Crazy to think about.
Took about 45 minutes. Game 1
Yeah.
went just over, I believe, 26-27, and now 21 minutes in, so close to 50 minutes for SKTelecom to find their first kill. That's a nice monkey off the bat.
You gotta wonder if that's maybe the longest they've gone in professional play without getting a kill.
I would say almost certainly yes.
There's got to be some crazy stats like that out there for this series. This is kind of historic stuff.
You know what's the fun history lesson, though, Doa? What was the team that really was the last team to put it into SKT, or at least hold them down in spring season, but Afreeca Freecs who beat them in the first round robin, and then SKT turned around their season. Who's to say how the narrative will end here, but it felt like Afreeca had the last laugh, then SKT basically ran away with the season. So SKTelecom find a way to come back. They might do it in this series in particular, but these Afreeca versus SKT series have always been a little bit interesting.
I would say so. It's a weird rivalry between these two teams because normally you wouldn't even think of it as a rivalry.
Sure.
You're like, well, SKT should beat them all the time, but that's not how it's ended up.
That's why people find it hard to evaluate teams on a world context where like this team wins MSI then loses to Afreeca Freecs. What does it mean?
Yeah.
It's just a reality of a league system. I think if this game was an elimination playoff match, it would be very different, but
Could be. I agree.
Afreeca has found those victories pretty consistently, upsetting SKTelecom in one way or another.
I mean, we know that in the end you just don't bet against SKT. Maybe you bet against Blank, though. He's in a little bit of trouble. Tries to tunnel his way out. Great pillar, though, coming in from that Trundle. Wolf tosses a Brahmal. Doesn't do a whole lot. Exhaust onto Bang. He gets destroyed. Double kill already for Ixu on that Hecarim. Zadea, the top laners for Afreeca Freecs. Transcendent Blades take some chunks out of the Freecs, but it doesn't matter. Mickey coming in, getting one. Lyra picking up a kill as well. And Lyra looking for the ace. Kind of just zoning out Wolf with that spear in the end. Turns towards the blue buff. They don't need the ace. They do need the Baron, though.
There will be teleport available to Faker, but he's 25 seconds away. Ixu can just base, buy an item, teleport over. They have a lot of Baron damage. Trinity Force top laner. Jin's not fantastic, but they should be able to get it down before Faker can respawn.
Yep.
Rek'Sai, though, has a tunnel pretty close.
All right. Blank is there. He's going to try to go for the steal, but Afreeca's zoning him out pretty well. Spear doesn't hit. Blank looking for it. He's just got to survive a little bit longer, but no, he won't. Ixu with yet another kill. Songyun, though, had to tank that Baron for a long time.
Oh, boy.
And now Teleport coming in. The Freecs are very low health. Wolf coming in as well. Baron does go over to Afreeca Freecs. Faker getting blown up immediately as he tries to make a play. And this is not going to work out. SKTelecom looking in pretty rough shape.
Blank did everything he could to both buy time and steal away the buff. This is a very
Hey.
aggressive teleport
Whoa,
from Mickey.
Mickey, I don't know, man. That was not. You know, once in a while Mickey makes these teleport plays, doesn't he? That was a Mickey TP right there. That was classic Mickey.
Just watch Ixu, though. It's all about the galloping Hecarim that makes this play. They start up this pick in the enemy jungle, and SKT are made to pay for a massive double ult on Bang & Wolf. Bang dies for free in the middle of the fight, so even though Duke has a good teleport ward, because Hecarim's already there, it doesn't count for anything. And from there, so many advantages go over to the Afreeca Freecs. Okay, SKT made a really good defense. Oh boy, fights on again.
Fighting time. Ixu uses that Onslaught of Shadows, and they will take this Dragon back from SKTelecom. SKT almost had it, but Afreeca came back just in time.
These Hecarims have really been ruining top teams' day. Rox Tigers had no answer for CJ with the jungle Hecarim.
Yeah.
And now top lane Hecarim for the first time since maybe Huni in the top lane at MSI. I mean, other regions have played around with it, but certainly not cited in LCK. Seeing it do a lot of work for Ixu.
Oh wow, Faker in a lot of trouble here as Mickey goes in looking for the 1v1. Wolf blocking some damage. That's going to be it for the moment. But the Afreeca Freecs pushing farther and farther on that SKTelecom side of the map, getting a lot of good vision in, setting themselves up for a kill on that tier 2 turret in bot lane.
The Huni pick was at Worlds, so I'll take that back. But yeah, it's not a lot of
dare
Hecarim
you.
in the top lane especially.
Yeah.
As the Sunfire Cave, so Trinity Force Tanky is getting closer and closer for Ixu. Will probably be working on the Spirit Visage next.
At this point, Faker has one kill in the last 3 games.
He's found an assist though, so he's got that going for him.
Yep, 1 kill, 1 assist in the last 3 games, and a whole lot of deaths. Not the typical numbers we see from Faker.
Well, we'll give him some time to settle. It does feel like the start of something, but Faker can definitely correct the narrative with some impressive performances. May still do that this game.
Faker, of course, one of the few players out there where you would call, 3 games a major slump.
It's all about context, right, though?
Yeah, very true.
Context of Faker's career has been success, success, success.
Yeah.
The 3 games feels like an eternity for SKT fans and for Faker fans as well.
Well, that's the thing, 3 bad games. You wouldn't think anything of that with, nearly any other player, but we've never seen this from Faker really before.
Trinity Force Hecarim, because he's been able to itemize that Snowball Sunfire from that team fight, only a Bilge Ward in the way for Duke. They're going for the dive. He's dead.
Well, Duke has no chance. I mean, how does an Aurelia survive that? Well, spoiler alert, she doesn't.
Well, she's itemized into full damage, so no magic resist, no armor, just health now being put together. That's, I guess, the best at trying to split between the 2 itemization choices.
This one's starting to look pretty out of reach for SKTelecom already. Just 27 minutes into the game. And that's another tier 2 going down. They're going to get both of them. Oh, there's the inhibitor turret, actually. Maybe a kill onto Ixu. Nope, he's fast.
They come over, do some damage to a turret. Maybe not devastating charge, runs away, but yep, they back away. Every turret barring this inner turret in the bot lane is down for SKTelecom.
9K gold lead right now for the Afreeca Freecs, about 8,000 actually, around 9,000. But if you took these teams and you took the nameplates off, I would, before this match started, I would absolutely be like, oh yeah, SKT about to win 2-0. That's pretty normal, Then you put the nameplates on. You see it's Afreeca Freecs. They've held SKTelecom this series to a total of 2 kills, 2 turrets, 2 dragons in 2 games.
SKT have looked very ordinary. There's no other way to put it. They had a good early game in this game, but they kind of over-pushed their advantage, fought in the enemy jungle. Hecarim got there first. Some of Duke's teleport issues starting to crop up again, but they've returned to these split-pushing champions. It's interesting about SKT, because they started the season playing around Duke, but I was playing around, say, a Trundle top, getting the Trundle a big CS advantage, ensuring the Maokai could go nowhere in the lane. Now he's playing the Aurelia, and you expect the same playstyle. Set up the Aurelia to succeed. And in some ways they did, but they really haven't found the same success with carry top laners that they did in the tank meta, which is just crazy to think, because Duke came up in the scene, in Najin, in KT, as a top lane carry.
Well, SKTelecom trying to set up a trap there, but hard to trap a Trundle. He's the one who traps you. All right. Yomu is used just to get Songyun away a little bit quicker. They're going to turn around on SKT now.
Hecarim's coming in too.
That's right. Wow. Onslaught of Shadows goes through. SKT in a lot of trouble already. Duke turning it though. Ixu very low. Maybe they can make something out of this. Snowflower has to flash away. SKTelecom looking for that miracle fight. They may have found it. Duke flashes ahead. Going in onto Songyun. They pick up a kill. Lyra flashes over the wall. And Bang chasing. That's another one for SKTelecom. And maybe this one isn't over quite yet.
A big mistake from Afreeca. They over-pursued. There was no way for Songyun to be involved in the fight, so Ixu dived in, was DPS down by 5, had to back away, and then there's no other frontliners for Afreeca. So Flash is still up. SKT re-engage, get 2 kills, get 2 turrets, and find a lifeline in the series.
You know, it's as soon as you get done talking about how things could go badly for SKT, they tend to do things like this. You can never count these guys out. This is obviously still a game that's looking good for Jin-Air, but or not Jin-Air. Maybe I mean it's still looking good because they're not playing, I guess. But it's still looking good for Afreeca. But SKT, they can make miracles happen.
So they open up with the Jin, but look, Jin is off the screen. Hecarim dives in, and everyone's like, let's kill the Hecarim in front of us. He's not tanking enough, even with 3 items. Not a Guardian Angel just yet. And Jin does not do anything in the remainder of the fight. Only now re-enters. Frontline is dead. The only frontliner is Ixu. The power and the power of the 5v5 of Freeca is basically proportional to Ixu's health bar. If Ixu has no health, every other member of Freeca has to kite back. So either get a pick with this DPS Hecarim, or at least the DPS focused early game build, or back away. And because they backed away slowly, they gave up 2 kills.
Yeah. Afreeca Freecs setting up for the Baron. They're setting up a trap as well for SKTelecom, and then they have caught Blank. Uses that Prey Seeker, but gets caught with that tunnel, or with the killer rather. Gets out with the tunnel.
Gold lead still at 6,000.
If it was any other team, you'd say it was over, and it probably still is over objectively, especially with Afreeca Freecs picking up this Mountain Drake. You never know.
I don't pencil it in just yet, just because, again, when you only have one frontline, there's actually a pretty big margin of error for team fights and team plays.
I suppose.
There is Found doing the Drake. It might extend up being a leash on this Mountain Drake.
We will see. Mickey comes in and takes the Dragon away. Great play by Mickey to snag that one for his team. And now Blank on the run with the rest of SKTelecom. Snowflower, though, caught by Bang and Wolf in the back of that. SKT, they find the kill even if they lose the Dragon.
And the pings come on to Baron for SKT. This might be one thing that gets them truly back into this game too, is taking a Baron. It will be 5v4, but it's only Snowflower that's dead for Afreeca. Health bar is also very healthy for the other 4 members of Afreeca.
Well, what a comeback this would be if SKTelecom is able to win this game.
Do not want a group for Ixu here.
I was going to say, yeah, they got to be really careful with that Hecarim coming in, but SKTelecom turning off of that Baron right away.
Need to pick on someone like Lyra to stop there being a smite steal. You cannot opt into the AoE of the Hecarim, so smart to peel off.
SKT a little bit lucky that that vulnerable inhibitor is in their top lane, where they can kind of protect that and Baron at the same time, but now that they've been pushed away, Afreeca Freecs going right away for that Baron. Down to about half health. They do have the Mountain Drake, so they can take it out a little bit quicker. Bank million. Oh, he gets the steal! Blank gets the Baron from Afreeca Freecs, dies for it. But that was crucial to stay alive in this game. They needed to deny that Baron, and they did it.
They were smited as well. Got no purchase from it. That's massive for SKT. They can go back. They can regroup. Keep up this inhibitor, most likely. Freeca's still fighting.
Oh, Duke tried to make a play, but Afreeca caught them. And now it's 5v3. This inhibitor is not going to last. And even with the Baron buff, you got to wonder if SKT can hold off the Afreeca Freecs. Seems like they should probably try to get as much as they can from this.
How greedy will they get? They have the Trinity Force. So you can see the damage they're doing with the Mountain Drake they were able to claim as well.
They might be able to. I mean, they don't have the minion waves, though. They don't have the Barons. So getting 2 inhibitors is all they can really take from it. That's probably fine.
But you know what you can be happy about, Doa? If they got the Baron, the game would have been over. They would have been riding super minions. They would have ended the game. Because they lost the Baron, it's only 2 inhibitors. So Blank buys his team a reprieve, but only just.
Well, man, if SKTelecom can come back and win this game, Blank is my MVP because that steal single-handedly kept them into it.
Let's watch Duke here. He was the one who was caught, and it's just that onslaught of shadows. Any damage onto a target means Jinroot comes in. The kill is confirmed. Ixu goes back, buys a Guardian Angel. Now he can try those over-aggressive plays. They may, in fact, pay off. So now we're at the point where Ixu is a true raid boss. With Guardian Angel, he can go in. He's close to 40% CDR with the Trinity Force now giving 20% and Spirit Visage having the 10. And if he gets a second round of Ws, even at low health, he'll sustain up so much. And just fight in the front line.
Well, I didn't think this series was going to be as exciting and close as it ended up being. I'm not complaining, but Afreeca Freecs kind of starting to look like the team we thought they should be by now, you know?
Blanc goes back, has 2,600 gold in the infantry. That's straight up Void Staff. It's a massive damage spike that SKT won't have eyes on yet. Teleporting into the mid lane.
Oh, Ixu finding Faker here. Yeah, I don't know if this Karma can take out the Hecarim. Yeah, Mickey comes in, wants one, gets one. 6-0-7 on that LeBlanc this game. And the battle of mid laners is certainly going over to Mickey this time around.
I don't remember the last player that showed Faker how to play LeBlanc, but if you consider the last 3 games, Faker's 0-5-0, and now a carry performance from Mickey.
Without that damage from that Karma, too, without the shields, Afreeca setting up for what could be a game-ending push here. Lyra takes a bit of damage. Whoa, bang! Gets lit up a bit. They're going to keep going here. Afreeca Freecs pushing in with these super minions, but SKTelecom still has that Baron buff. They can push back, but can they win the fight? A knock-up, Wolf gets exhausted, gets taken out. In the end, Blank goes in to try to make something happen, but dies for it. Ixu taking the turret hits, he doesn't care, and this is it. The Afreeca Freecs will 2-0 SKTelecom. This season is suddenly wide open. GG.
What a crazy result from Afreeca. And the cherry on top, Doa, is the fact that they did this with 2 lineups. They sub out their top laner and jungle and still make it work. Ixu looked wonderful on the Hecarim.
I know.
1 carry top laner to the next. This is such a result for Afreeca.
This is insane. I mean, especially what you said is that they did it with 2 different top laners and junglers. How does that happen? SKTelecom, a loss to Jin-Air. Now an even bigger loss, perhaps one of the biggest stompings we've seen SKTelecom take in the history of their team. And you gotta wonder what the future's gonna be like this season for Coma and the rest of them.
As an analyst, I'm a fan of applying Occam's razor over 2 series as one consistent for SKT's matches, and so SKT has issues, because if you can change your lineups game on game, if Jin-Air can beat you in 2 games, it's SKT's problems, not everybody else doing something to them.
I think you're totally right.
Crazy results. You're looking at the damage dealt. Hecarim with a big assist over to the LeBlanc. Went the full damage, but which is so risky. It was the gambler's choice, and this was all about the gambles that Afreeca took. Think of how many gambles. Like, we already covered the gambles in terms of the turret dives and crazy moves in game 1, but rotating your starting lineup, taking out 2 members after a victory was just another gamble for Afreeca, and they just continued to pay out. They racked them up.
You know, and you gotta say, at this point, Afreeca Freecs versus SKTelecom, that's a rivalry in Korea. That is an undisputed rivalry now. I mean, they 2-0'd them in spring. SKT comes back, gets a win later on. Now here in summer, Afreeca Freecs getting the 2-0 on SKTelecom again, and frankly, making SKT look like a pretty bad team.
So many smiles among that lineup. The whole roster smiling, Doa, because they did it as a team.
I would be too, man. If I won over SKTelecom, if I was Afreeca Freecs right now, no other facial expression is appropriate other than maybe surprise. I can accept that one, but I think happiness is certainly the way to go. And who's the MVP for game number 2? It's going to be Mickey. Can't wait for that post-game interview, man. I'm sure this guy has got some things to say, but he played a great LeBlanc game, 7-0-9, 94% kill contribution. It's looking awesome.
And this is the guy who you wanted to win an MVP, because that rivalry between him and Faker, look, at times it might have been a one-sided rivalry from the side of Mickey, nowadays though, you have to think both players are going to have to keep their eyes wide open because Mickey had a great game. I think Ixu was robbed to some degree. His Hecarim play to go from a disadvantage in lane to winning team fights was very impressive, but Mickey on LeBlanc, this is one of those champions that can be banned against Mickey, but he made it work so well.
This Dragon Steel too. I mean, what do you say? Ixu finds Faker here. This isn't maybe the most impressive play for him. He's like, well, all right, I'll get a free kill, sure.
Curve to the Q, because of course it followed after the flash, but Mickey made Faker look ordinary. Maybe that's a team thing. Maybe teams are making him look ordinary, or maybe Faker's just out of form, because these 3 games, it stacks up.
Hard to say. MVP interview time, and Steven will be doing some translating for us. Get in there, Cloud Templar.
Thank you very much, Doa and Papa, for a great cast for today's match. And now we're moving into interview booth with our winner of today's match, is Afreeca Freecs. And they were in a game after 3 consecutive loses. And now let's hear from our 2 MVP for today's match, Lindering and Mickey. First of all, congratulations, Mickey. You guys looks gonna cry. They're very excited about today's match winning. So Lindering saying that I was very worried after we lost against Ever, but today it was fantastic, and I think we did everything we could do to beat against SKT1. Cloud Templars asking to Mickey about you had a lot of not great condition or a lot of slump, but you did pretty good on LeBlanc. So the first and second match, you guys had a different top and jungler lane. You guys changed. So everyone were wondering after first match, you guys had a switch in the top and jungler lane. So tell me about what happened inside the booth. What do you guys talk about it? So the Lindering saying that the coach have trusted us to play as a starter, and then we won against the SKT1 in the first match. So he's trusting on the Liras and the Ixu for the second match. So we had a great trust on each other. So Dongjun's asking, is it all picks are prepared for today's match? Now he's complimenting about his director. He said that the pick were kind of prepared, but maybe SKT won't prepare as for Ixu. So I came as a first starter to show surprising them. So I think this all strategy were worked by our coach. It was pretty good strategy from our coach. So Cloud Temper asking to Mickey about you had a very confidence fight against Faker mid Karma using LeBlanc. And Mickey is also saying that it was a strategy from our coach that made me giving a lot of confidence, because he said while I was doing the pick, he's like, you're good at LeBlanc, so you pick the LeBlanc and take the Faker down, and he did it.
Certainly did.
So now Dongjun's asking about Kassadin in the first match. Do you think is a good pick to use? Mickey said when we use Kassadin, you can take the half chance of in the lane fight and also the team fight. So it was Vladimir pick, so that's why I choose Kassadin to push and fight back against Faker. So Cloud Temper asking about your solo kill. Like right this video clip, did you expect it to have a solo kill here? And then Lindering saying that I was looking for the timing, and then there was a chance that there's a skill that I was waiting for. It was 10 seconds, and then Duke was keep attacking me during the lane fight, so I was waiting, and I made it to make a solo kill. So Dongjun's asking how was the atmosphere inside the booth, and then Linder's like, we all scream after I got the first solo kill in my first starter game for today's match. It was pretty good.
그래서 이 두 선수 그 린다랑과 성환 선수의 플레이를 평가해 볼 때 굉장히 만족스러우신가요?
So the Templars asking to Mickey's, are you happy with your teammates play, Sungwon and Linder?
다른 팀이 아닌 세계 최강 그 SK팀을
And Mickey is saying that we're very happy because it's not just any team, it's SKT T1 is the world's best team. So we're very happy with it, and our teammate did a pretty great job for today's match. So now Dongjun's asking who made an order here, who made a call to tag them. So what kind of call we're going around during the team fight? And Mickey is speaking right now. And Mickey said Vladimir don't have teleport, so he cannot come to the bottom lane. So he told his teammate to ask top laner to join the bottom lane to attack, and they did it. So now Dongjun's asking about second match. You guys had a strategy using Hecarim, so he's asking. Dongjun's asking about why Iksu using Hecarim pick. And then now the Linder is saying that Iksu have practiced Hecarim since from last season, and we call his nickname as a Ikarim. It's kind of Ikarim is like a Hecarim and Iksu, so he's pretty trust on his teammate.
코치진하고 얘기할 때 인상적이었던 게 아무래도 미키 선수가 또 코치진하고 그런 얘기도 많이 하지만
And now Cloud Templars talking beside the game.
내가 많은 것이 바뀌었기 때문에 굉장히 오그라드는데
And now they're talking about the coach. They're talking about the coach, their strategies, and so how this all suddenly you guys changed after 3 consecutive loses, and then Mickey's just blankly looking at him. He's like, it's all coaches strategies, everything what coaches did it for us. He's like, oh, I don't know what to say, coach. It's because coach and the other teammates are watching the interview right now in the front of the seat right now. So Lindering saying that we had a very confidence we went down after loss against Ever, but coaches came in and cheer us like what we have shown like a ceremony before in the booth. So the coach is always giving a lot of confidence to us. So now we're ready for the second match highlight video, and let's look at it. Oh, here it was pretty amazing team fight. That's what Dongjun say.
Bang. That's appropriate.
Dongjun said the Ikarim was pretty strong. And what kind of call we're going? And then Mickey was like, it was very sudden, and they're like, Mickey, get him, and then he's like, oh, I killed it. So he's like, I think I nailed him pretty much. And Dongjun saying that if you look at very closely, the second match wasn't that easy as the first match. So in what timing you guys predict to win this match? Mickey said, I don't know about the top lane, but the mid and bottom lane were pretty hard for us. Mickey said we had a call that let's trust Lyra for whole match. Let's count on the jungler, and then Lyra did a pretty great job in the team fight. So it's mostly basically on their trust and their faith on each other. I think that's what basically their strong part of it. So Cloud Temper asking about what kind of substitution. Like he's asking about substitution. So Lindering is saying that Sungwons are pretty offensive compared to Lyra, and that's why four of us each one of us have a strength part. So throughout the substitution, we show our best part of our performance. That's why coach is using that strategy on us to change and keep substituting us.
바꾸고 나서 막 게임도 저
잘 됐었고 프로랭 점수도 막
So now the Dongjun's asking him any effect of the substitution, and the Linderung saying that throughout those substitution we have grown up and we did a pretty good job in the solo lane. So I think this substitution strategy is pretty fit to us.
지금 현장에도 많은 팬분들이 응원해 주시고 있잖아요.
So there are a lot of fans who are cheering for us, and Mickey represent the whole African team. Tell to your fans anything you want to say. Okay, first of all, we bid against SKT today, and sometimes I show pretty much in the mid fight. Sometimes I go in too deep, but I'll try next time. I'll do my best, and like today, I'm gonna show better performance like today. And then, yeah, I guess that's it for today's match interview, and thank you very much. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks for the translating, Steven, and a very happy Afreeca Freecs team. Their 2-0 victory over SKTelecom. Wow, that happened.
Ever a reason to be bubbly and effervescent. It's beating SKTelecom 2-0, even better and cleaner
feel
than
like
Jinna was able to do a couple of days ago.
I feel like they got the graphic backwards, but no, you're not. You don't need to adjust your monitors or whatever you think you need to do to make that happen, or make that change rather. Afreeca Freecs 2-0 over SKTelecom T1.
But you know what you need to adjust? Your expectations, because this
I guess
season
so.
looked pretty much ironclad 5 series in for SKT. When they 2-0'd Samsung, you were like, all right, it's summer, SKT gonna take it down. No one has even a chance to take a game off them. Well, guess what? 4 out of 5 games have gone to the enemy team, and now 2 series in a row, SKTelecom have dropped.
Yeah, and now they just hold on to first place, barely. Now, don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back at, let's see, about 1 hour from now for MVP versus CJ Entis. So you've got an hour to go and, get a snack, hang out, maybe take a little bit of a nap, but make sure you set your alarm. You don't want to miss it right here on LCK1 on OGN, your home for LCK Summer.
You're an hour to center yourself, Doa, because it's a pretty bizarre couple of days, a pretty bizarre couple of results, pretty
That's
bizarre little rotation towards
I
me.
have to center myself on the desk and also mentally after that series too, because man, I don't know. Part of me is happy because I want to see a more competitive league overall, but part of me, my bias side, which is a big side, is very sad too. I'll have to get over it, guys. We've got an hour to do it. Don't go anywhere. Well, you can go somewhere, but come back in 1 hour for the next match here on LCK Summer on OGN. Don't Papa Smithy saying goodbye for now. For a short time, we'll be back.
I know I should let it go, take a different road when I'm driving home, but I don't want to. Just delete your number from my phone instead of calling, asking if you're all alone, but I don't want to. Stay away from your side of town, but it's too late. Yeah, I'm in your drive right now. I don't know why I don't put it out, baby. We kiss and the flames just get high. Yeah, I know when I hold on to you, baby, I'm all tangled up in barbed wire. I get burned out, I'll learn, I'll be back, give it time. Yeah, I know it sounds crazy, but I guess I like playing with fire.
Coming up next, MVP CJ Entis. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1.
자, 지난주 롤챔스 드디어 모두가 비벼지는 비빔밥 메타가 완성되었습니다. SKT를 지네어가 잡고, 지네어를 삼성이 잡고, 삼성을 롱주가 잡고, 롱주를 CJ가 잡고, CJ를 아프리카가 잡고, 아프리카를 에버가 잡고, 에버를 MVP가 잡고, MVP를 KT가 잡고, KT를 락스가 잡고, 락스를 SKT가 잡으면서 서로 물고 물리는 너와 나의 연결 고리. 괜찮아요? 이런 것도 나가야 돼, 위클래시 SK. 아니, 위클래시 SK 이런 것도 나가야 된다고요, 이런 거. 공개하라! 공개하라! 공개하라!
It ain't over yet.
지네어가 넥서스에 손 하나 까딱 안 대고 경기를 이겼습니다. 어떻게 그랬냐고요? 미니언 그린윙스 제6의 멤버 슈퍼미니언의 대활약, 보고도 당할 수밖에 없었던 아프리카의 절절한 사연 들어보시죠. 왜 안 나와요? 아, 안타깝습니다. 이 선수들의 보이스를 저희가 들려드리고 싶은데 앞에 경기가 화요일이었어요. 수목금토 경기만 됐어도, 아니면 이 썸머 시즌만 아니었어도 저희가 이 아프리카 애절한 마음, 환희에 찬 이 기쁨의 진의 목소리 다 들려드릴 수 있었을 텐데 그날 주는 게 이런 점은 굉장히 아쉽습니다. 때는 지난 2015년 스프링 결승전, 타이거즈의 빗창에 이렐리아가 야심차게 올라옵니다. 하지만 이어지는 김동준 해설의 따끔한 비판과 극딜, 결국 타이거즈는 우승컵을 놓치게 되고 그 후 탑라인에서 이렐리아는 종적을 감췄습니다. 하지만 이럴 수가. 이렐리가 없는데. 11개월 만에 롤챔스에 다시 등장한 이렐리가 없는데 듀크도 하드캐리, 액페도 하드캐리, 무사히 LCK에 다시 상륙한 이렐리아. 게임이 이렐리가 있네? 감독 코치의 만류에도 열심히 준비 중이라는 스냅 선수도 얼른 1년 전에 이렐리아 흑역사를 정산하시길 바라겠습니다. 자, 지난주 최고의 이슈였습니다. 무실 세트 전승 가도를 달리던 SKT가 진해어 앞에 무너졌습니다. 페이커 선수의 무리한 앞전멸과 하드 스로잉과 함께 SKT 결국 첫 패배를 맛보았는데요. 하지만 SKT의 패배보다 더 무서웠던 건 경기 후 포착된 김정근 코치의 표정이었습니다. 와, 표정 보세요. 살벌합니다. 아마 진정한 SKT 딜량 1위는 분노한 꼬치가 아니었을까 싶은데요. 꼬치 딜량이 한 2030일 정도로 좀 떨어지길 바라겠습니다. 아, 너무 무서워요, 꼬치. 예, 그런 모습 처음이야. 꼬치한테 연락해보셨어요, 혹시? 아니요. 그 분위기에서 연락해서 하기가 분위기 안 좋은데. 친구지 않아, 친구. 할까? 너무 크게.
형.
정균아. 뭐 하고 있어?
그냥 있지, 신세한테서.
너 그때 왜 이렇게 화를 냈어?
지금 뭐 하고 있어?
아니야. 눈치는 더럽게 빠르네.
뭐 하고 있어?
아, 왜 이렇게 화를 냈어?
뭐가?
그때 왜 이렇게 화를 냈어요?
아니야.
아니에요?
네.
아, 그 화면만 그렇게 나온 거죠?
예, 화면만 그렇게 나오고.
아, 말은 뭐, 괜찮아, 얘들아. 열심히 하면은 다음 경기 이길 수 있어. 이런 식으로 얘기한 거죠?
네? 뭐 하고 있으세요, 지금?
아직 위클리 LCK입니다.
아, 네. 정말 저 그 팬이에요. 정말 잘 보고 있어요.
아, 감사합니다. 저도 SKT 팬입니다.
근데 그게
네네.
방금 캐스터님 아니면은 할 사람이 없는 것 같아요. 너무 잘 어울려요.
아, 저도 SKT 코치는 김종균 코치밖에 할 사람이 없는 것 같습니다. 너무 잘 어울려요.
아, 네, 감사합니다.
네. 어차피 뭐 몰락은 있어도 몰락이 아니구나. 부진은 있어도
맞으시죠?
예, 부진은 있어도 몰락은 없잖아요.
그렇게 하려고 선수들도 다 노력 중이죠.
알겠습니다. 수고하세요, 그러면. 굉장히 가식적인 멘트들. 눈치가 빨라서 바로 방송인 거 아네요. 자, 이번 주 위클리 LCK는 여기까지입니다. 1라운드가 얼마 남지 않았어요. 대학생들 이제 여름방학을 시작했을 텐데 집에만 누워있지 말고 이 상암 경기장에서 롤챔스 함께 하시길 바라겠습니다. 아, 그리고 이 중고딩 우리 급식 먹을 날이 얼마 안 남았거든요. 이제 어머니 밥 많이 먹어야 되지 않겠습니까? 7월에 방학하면 이곳에 많이 친구들 손잡고 놀러 오시길 바라면서 저는 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 여러분, 다음 주에 또 만나요.
Today's matchup. MVP. CJ Entis. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1.
Hey guys, welcome back to LCK Summer. I'm Doa, that's Papa Smithy. We're going into our second best of 3 of the night. It's going to be MVP versus CJ Entis. And we had a kind of a crazy match in our first one, man. SKT getting 2-0'd by the Afreeca Freecs. What the ham sandwich happened there, man?
Well, my analyst mind tells you, Doa, I got nothing. I got nothing. I'm right up there with the hands up because SKT just haven't looked the same in the last 2 series. But on a brighter note, CJ Entis aren't the same, as we will see the debut of their rookie 17-year-old AD carry Ghost. He actually became of legal age to play a couple of days after BDD. BDD coincided with an upturn in their spring season. Will Ghost be the difference in their summer season? Because although CJ, they've been playing better recently, it's still not a CJ that's been able to get off the bottom spot. And we'll see if Ghost changes their playstyle because they've become Kramer-centric to a fault, you'd have to say.
Very true. So it's interesting to see them try out Ghost. I mean, obviously, at this point in the season, why not try some things? Kramer's been pretty good, but he's kind of fallen off a little bit in recent weeks. That said, CJ has kind of taken games off of some of the better teams in the league. They took a game off the Rocks Tigers. They took a game off of Samsung as well. So, you know, maybe there is a little bit of a spark with this team yet that they could maybe get a couple wins before the end of the season. We'll have to wait and see. Let's take a look at our ranking. SKTelecom barely holding on to that #1 spot after their loss to the Afreeca Freecs. Afreeca moves up to 3-4. A chance at playoffs still very much alive for these guys. Really alive for pretty much anyone as we're not too far into the season yet.
But while it's 7th versus 10th today, we have to remember that 7th place team, MVP, already opened up an interesting week of the LCK by beating Jin Air Greenwings. So they're on their highest ebb of the season for sure, and they come in heavy favorites against CJ Entis.
That is a good point. And MVP, I mean, we've always kind of thought they were good as far as like team fighting goes, as far as like some of the decisive moves they made in games. They look like a team that has potential, right? But they've just never been able to turn that potential into a lot of wins until recently when they took out Jin Air. But I don't know, like everything in this league is up for grabs right now. I mean, who knows? SKT getting 2-0'd by the Afreeca Freecs. I mean, then you have like Jin Air getting 2-0'd by MVP after Jin Air beats SKTelecom or Samsung rather. It's I don't know, man. It scrambles my brain.
I mean, the linear championship, you're talking about X beats Y beats Z, is like basically the whole league because everyone's beat everyone at this point. But, you know, you talk about trends with MVP. We have to remember they're a very young team. I mean, even in terms of an organization, MVP just rejoined League of Legends after their 2-year holiday, you could say, after selling their organization to Samsung just before Season 3 Worlds. And then you look at this season. How did they start off the season? They looked good, but they couldn't win. They had that heartbreaker to KT Rolster, that 53 HP Nexus. We won't forget that game very quickly. But they looked good. They just couldn't find the victory. Then they took the next step. They started playing better. They picked up a couple of game victories. Now 2 series. And again, their biggest victory of all in their last series. So MVP have a lot to be optimistic about. They have a true superstar in the jungle. Beyond has been excellent consistently for this team. I'm excited to see him grow. MVP, we don't know what the ceiling is for the lineup. For a totally new team with almost no experienced players, they've done very well.
Yeah, ADD, Beyond, Ian, Maha, and Max. Beyond has really been the standout player on this team. I feel like he's certainly turned into a great jungler, and he's certainly a threat that CJ is going to need to be aware of.
At the end of the day, they've had 5 match wins, 4 MVPs for Beyond, so he's been their superstar. Big news, Ghost in for AD carry. So very young rookie mid laner and AD duo.
Yep, we have ADD on one team and BDD on the other team. We need CDD somewhere in the matches coming up, apparently.
That is the hope, but a lot of youth about this team. This is the team that honestly we're excited about when we looked at 2016 CJ Entis. A lot of those old names gone. Shy still on the roster, but has not played a game this season. Ambition off to Samsung. We waited for CG to retool for years and years, and this is the result, I think. This is finally a team where there's some optimism about some of their starters. Is this going to be the final lineup? Is this their final form? Probably not.
I don't
but
think
it's a
so.
youthful lineup for CJ Entus.
Yeah, and I mean, they, like you said, they did need some revitalizing. Obviously, the old roster, Shy, Space, these guys weren't really working out. Mad Life is kind of the one constant and has been since the very, very beginning, since Mig Frost all the way back in, they formed in October 2011.
Yep.
So these guys have been around for a or Mad Life at least has been around for a long, long time. And so we've got kind of the stable veteran, and then this team of, I'm not going to say rookies, but newer players, right, that are still developing. So you can't, I don't think, get too excited either way about CJ's season right now. It's still very much a rebuilding year for this team.
And I think they have a lot of potential. We've talked about BDD time and time again. He's not carrying them to victories every game, but he's always looking competitive. Even in games they lose, BDD sometimes has lane control, then gets overwhelmed by other lanes or the macro game going against CJ Entus. And I want to talk about the macro game because, honestly, CJ Entus has been Kramer-focused to a mistake, honestly, to a fault, I would say, because if you look at this guy, he gets the most gold or the most CS of any player in the league after 15 minutes. So when there's empty lane farm, it's going to Kramer. They're trying to build up Kramer. They played Protect the Jinx. They played Protect the Twitch.
Right.
Those are the comps that haven't worked. It's crazier stuff when they've gone for the strong front line. The Shen Hecarim comp that they ran against Rox Tigers that picked them up a victory looked very good. And you have to think that Ghost will change the priorities of that gold. Will that gold go to BDD? Will it just go to Ghost in a like-for-like way? Will Untara start to get some gold in top lane? These are the questions we don't know the answer to. And it's why I wanted to see Ghost in the lineup, because it felt like they were too pigeonholed with Kramer, despite the fact that he had good mechanics, the laning phase sometimes went well. It felt like they were almost stagnating with Kramer. So will Ghost be the herald of a new era for CJ? I don't have the answer to that, but I hope it's something different from CJ Entus.
I feel like we need to see more improvement across the board from this team. I don't think any one player is really going to be able to sort of turn things around for them. I mean, if Mad Life can't do it, no one can.
Sure, but if the numbers say that everything goes through Kramer when it comes to gold, kill participation, etc., taking him out is a big variable to change.
True. Might mean a little bit more action for everybody else. And now we're in our tiny little picks and ban box.
And the Hecarim is the first ban, so...
Yeah, okay. Hecarim is the first ban, which is kind of interesting, actually. I mean, I guess Untara does have that Hecarim scariness to him, but...
It's more about the jungle, actually, because CJ were running the jungle Hecarim,
right.
And carrying with it was Hecarim from Haru and Shen from Untara. Shen's been another pick that's been respect banned in other games, so we'll see if that's left up. ADD actually had a good Shen game himself.
Right.
Both these teams have had big wins with Shen, so we could see Shen as higher contested pick as first rotation on either side.
True enough. So Victor banned out by MVP, Italy, and Rise over on the CJ side of things. Waiting for the final ban from MVP.
A lot of power picks on the board. Again, could just be a target ban. It's just going to be a power pick for Vladimir.
Yeah.
Karma is probably one of the biggest offenders still available. Italy banned already against Beyond. He got the MVP in Game 2 against Jinair with that Jungle Nidalee.
Let's see what it's going to be. Nidalee would probably make the most sense, like you're saying, against Beyond. I'd be a little bit worried about leaving that. Oh, Nidalee's already banned. I'm so distracted by the fact that we're on the screen during this. We should not be on the screen during this.
It's going to be the LeBlanc ban. It was LeBlanc, Shen as the solo lanes they really excelled with. LeBlanc gone means they don't quite necessarily have a massive power mid laner, but Azir is still available. And BDD so routinely has Azir available that I thought maybe they'd have to take it away as first pick. Now CJ have the option to take it in their first rotation on the red side.
Yep, pretty much. Thinking about Hecarim, or rather Rek'Sai.
How you doing
It's one of those days, man. I think the jet lag is starting to kick in. I'm going to be honest here. Rek'Sai getting picked up potentially by CJ, and I don't know. I mean, in a world where there's Aurelia,
you take the
do you
Azir.
really need to take the Fiora? You take the Azir, I suppose, too. But
I think Aurelia as a lane matchup isn't great against Shen. We already saw Trace try to pick Aurelia into Shen and get demolished against MVP, so maybe not a return to that. Will be the Azir for BDD. I believe maybe the first time this season, or a handful of times, it's been consistently banned specifically against BDD.
sure. Now MVP, they did play that Amumu once.
Gragas from the jungle was also a big pick for them, but I like them when they're playing Sivir. Maha's been defaulting to that champion recently. I like him on the utility carries. Maha and Ian are the players from MVP that have most exceeded expectations for this team coming into champions. I said in the last broadcast, we thought these guys would probably be last ranked in both mid lane and AD carry, but they've both been good role players. They haven't necessarily been big carries, but they've done the role for the team, and they're actually going to lock in double AD carries. They're going to commit to the Varus mid for Ian.
Yeah, Sivir, Varus, the Shen will be good at kind of keeping both of those picks safe, I suppose, later in the game, theoretically.
See if they go for a turret sieging comp. It is risky. A champion like Shen sounds like it has a lot of synergy with these sieging comps, but because the channel time takes a while and he can't just stand in the front and absorb skill shots, if you have a grab, if you have an initiation, Shen isn't there to stop it, so you can still get yourself in a really bad spot.
Well, do you think you could maybe run some sort of split pushing comp where you use the ultimates from Sivir and Varus to disengage rather than engage or chase people down?
So you've already committed to Shen and Varus your solo lane. It's not going to be 1-3-1 because Varus is going to sit in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's 4-1, yeah.
But Shen as a 4-1 champion doesn't work because we haven't seen damage build on Shen. We haven't seen Trinity Force build on Shen.
Wow.
Yeah, Untara's one of the big-time Poppy players, but Poppy's been falling in a priority for sure. You see Varus, though, you want engage, and Poppy's still very good at charging in. So still has some initiation options with that Poppy. Poppy versus Shen. Definitely not much kill pressure in the top lane.
It's not going to be a very exciting lane to watch, that's for sure. So maybe the Gragas for Beyond here. And not the Twitch. Unless it's jungle Twitch. Oh yeah.
The dream.
It's back, right? Well, Taric would be okay.
The Gragas makes sense if you got double AD to just push people away, stop any initiation from the side of CJ. Obviously, we saw Beyond win MVP with aggressive Gragas play, which is still possible. It can be a pick champion to go with the Shen and the Varus CC. With Taric, there is a lot of pick options when it comes to getting CC, and then the chain is real in multiple different ways, and they will lock the Taric.
Yeah. Could work out, and the Gragas as well.
So CJ have actually left AD carry for last. This is something they would do with Kramer. It kind of suggests they want to look for a hyper carry.
Well, Kog'Maw would certainly fit that bill.
See a lot of Kog'Maws recently, although Wit's End is actually an interesting option on the Kog'Maw. Gets you very far away from standard carry builds, but so a buff this game. I think it's going to be something more standard, though. When you see Gragas, Shen, Taric, I don't think you can go for a no-escape champion. Solution does make a lot of sense.
Well, I mean, if you pick Kog'Maw, you're still going to get poked by the Varus arrows at least. So yeah, something like an Ezreal would make a little bit more sense, be safer. Caitlyn, I kind of feel like would be in the same spot as a Kog'Maw.
I mean, look, you have the net.
Lesser degree.
Any champion with any sort of reposition, I think, is the minimum for CJ, but
yeah,
maybe they'll bet on something crazy, bet on the power of the ultimate from Azir, and they will. Oh, no, they haven't locked it in yet. They're heavily considering this Twitch, and they lock it in.
Wow, Twitch, okay.
So you take Kramer out of the lineup, and you still go for a champion like Twitch. There's honestly, at least in LCK, been very much a CJ special. Ghost has said that he loves to play aggressive. That's what separates him from Kramer. I don't know if Twitch is your go-to aggressive AD carry. You can get picks in the mid-game, but the laning phase certainly going to be a struggle against the Sivir Taric.
Well, do you think they're going to want to turn that into a lane swap then? Possibly help Ghost and Mad Life avoid that 2v2 for Ghost's first game?
Definitely a heavy possibility. Both the top laners can do just fine in lane swap territory, so it'll be exciting to see if they opt into it.
Yeah. All right. Well, there we have it. The roster for this match that, I mean, again, maybe teams people aren't thinking of as the strongest right now in LCK, and that is true, but it is a chance for one of these teams to kind of show their stuff, move a little bit up in the rankings.
See if the trend exists for MVP. Just beat Jin-Air. Taking down CJ will be a steadier and put them right in the middle of the table. CJ, honorable losses against Rox and Samsung. This is a game they looked on the calendar, they circled and said, this is a very winnable game for us.
Yeah, for sure. We will see if that remains true or not. I feel like nothing can be counted on in LCK anymore. Not after what happened in our first best of 3, man.
No disagreements, Doa. It's all up on the line. It's all available. Even top spot. Not necessarily rooted towards SKT's side, so anyone can take the LCK this season.
Yeah, I would say so. Except it's going to be SKT in the end. Probably. Said it first here. Well, guys, let's get into it. MVP versus CJ, game number 1. Time to get in the game. And an Ocean Drake. Seems like that's the Drake of the day.
No
Ocean
clouds
Drake.
for us, Doa.
I guess not. Not yet. I can't complain. So, one of the newest teams here in LCK versus one of the oldest in MVP versus CJ. And Ghost, his first game as a professional League of Legends player.
And it's on Twitch, which
Yeah.
definitely has a high element of risk. Not the strongest laning champion, so 2v2 action will be difficult for CJ, and that's why we see Ghost cheating towards top of the map to try and enact a lane swap for CJ enters. So far, so good.
Yeah, no big shock there. And Max once again on that Taric. Should be interesting.
So I'm going to be interested to see the Shen and the Poppy tussle. To me, it's going to be a little bit like Shen versus Echo, and that Shen can just build pure tank and push out damage with a Q-Max, which now scales on defensive stats. So I think just on the nature of all tank items being nerfed basically in recent patches, carry items being buffed, and Poppy seeing targeted nerfs for patches upon patches, it seems to me like Shen will win the pressure war in a 1v1, but not with kill pressure or anything like that.
It's probably true. As you can see from the stats on the screen, not the greatest win rates or KDs for either of these teams, and an early gank onto ADD, forcing the flash out of that Shen right away.
It was smart of CJ to wait for ADD to commit to a spell. He moved that big sword of his, the ninja sword, I guess you could call it, and was caught out.
Well, now Mad Life just harassing beyond an ADD a little bit.
ADD took the blue. That's awkward.
That's not really what you want.
No, that's really bad, actually.
Yeah, just came in. Thanks a lot, ADD.
So now, I mean, Gragas does have some pretty severe mana problems in the first clear, so it's going to really decrease the speed now. I mean, they were always going to go into a lane top or jungle follow after exiting lane, but not ideal to give Shen that far.
Slow into BDD. Ian sticking around for a lot of damage, but taking a lot on that Varus. Max didn't come in for the dazzle. So a little bit, I'm not sure what they were really, I mean, you can see kind of what they were planning, but it was very awkwardly executed.
BDD was like, why is this guy taking free damage? I'm probably being ganked now.
It was not the most, not the cleverest gank we've ever seen. Looks like it will be the lane swap though, the trade coming in on the bottom, and top tier ones.
You see in full display what's happened with the experience changes for the jungle camps. Ian is watching her own award, but the big story is that even though he took that blue, not level 2 pinged for ADD in the jungle follow, still level 1 when he goes to take down these turrets.
Yep, that's right. The top laner is definitely not benefiting anywhere near as much from the jungle follow as they used to.
Which I think is a good thing. Jungle follows, as a strategic choice, should have a lot of punishment for dodging lane. Should only be, it's one of those things where when lane swaps make sense, you know, when for example Twitch doesn't want to opt into a 2v2, there should be a punishment somewhere else on the map rather than just everyone trading and being happy with that result. So I like it. That's what happens when you have no blue. It's much harder to jungle.
Yeah, Beyond getting very low going after that Gromp. And Haru just kind of chilling in the mid lane, near the mid lane anyway. It's like, alright, I'm done with this. Turrets go down on each side. And it's kind of the lane swap we'd expect action-wise. In keeping up on CS despite appearing to take a lot of poke damage.
So the other thing about opting into a lane swap with a Twitch lane is you kind of get two benefits. So you dodge the 2v2. We already outlined that early 2v2 is not something Twitch does well. The other thing to consider is that when all outer turrets are out, which is what will happen if we see MVP and CJ commit to top and bot respectively, then there's a lot more space for Ghost, once he hits level 6, once he gets one item, to get in there with the ambush and get picks. So Twitch really benefits from outer turrets being down because he can go for those early aggressive moves with his invisibility, and that's going to be the world we live in because it's going to be mirror turrets taken in just a couple of months.
I don't know if I want to live in that world, Papa Smithy.
With surprise rats everywhere?
Yeah, that sounds kind of scary, man. I don't want to be surprised by any rats. Unless it's like Splinter from the Ninja Turtles who's going to teach me the martial arts.
So you're okay with surprise knowledge bombs?
Yeah, that's right.
And Tara's being cute here. You see, as the jungle followers happen, he's like, I'm just going to stay and get some experience.
Yeah.
Not many people check this bush. We saw this recently. It's really funny to see.
Seriously. The hidden Poppy is the most experienced.
That is exactly what's transpiring here.
Yep. It's like, well, I wish I could do something about this turret, but I can't. If only MVP knew what an easy kill was awaiting them in that brush.
So Ackerman, of course, was most famous for doing this back in the LMQ days in NA. One of the reasons that teams didn't do this in the past was, of course, you just pop in the jungle and get experience, but I already mentioned it. If you don't have a smite item, right now the experience you get from that jungle fall is actually pretty low, so
yeah.
Hoping for experience here. Look, there's some worlds where you just die doing this, but you're going to get more experience doing this than in any other semblance of trying to enter lane, so it's actually probably the percentage right choice for Antara.
Well, he's been able to keep up on levels with ADD's Shen, at least at this point.
Will mean their tempo is slower in the lane swap. We see Taric switch back to bot and Sivir there as well, so as long as they take it down, nothing will be lost from CJ, and yep, with the ambush bot will be turret taken to answer and CJ. A little bit slower, but turret taken nonetheless.
Yep. In the end, it's fine. Should be still pretty even. Chains of Corruption on to BDD right away. Gets that Summoner Cleanse out of the way. Ian trying to maybe set things up for a gank a little bit later. It's a good trade. All for a Summoner.
Also, if you hit the next Chains of Corruption, you also have the fact that there's no real way to stop the Gragas ult from hitting, because then you won't be able to flash during that
That's true.
route from the Chains of Corruption.
So MVP with an opportunity to maybe go and grab the Ocean Drake at this point.
They push up bot, then they certainly will have that. From looking to help mid, Twitch is looking to pick up some minions. Sivir always going to have a pretty comfortable wave clear advantage, so more options available to MVP in the early game.
A good poke from Ian. Whoa, BDD going in. Nice. Ultimate gets the Emperor's Divide. Ian has to pop that heal to try to get away, flashing back over the wall. Good escape from this Varus, and he will actually make it out. That was a tricky play from BDD, but Ian was just ready for it, I guess.
It's the reason why we've always been so optimistic about BDD is his aggressive mindset. He's another mid laner who's looking for the kill. Faker's this kind of mid laner, Mickey's this kind of mid laner, and it's nice to have another one in the league like BDD.
Yep, wow, Tara immediately jumping onto ADDs. He comes back into lane, trying to deny a little bit of CS at least. But now Beyond coming in, they may go for a gank here on this Poppy. Tara's still got the flash though, so we'll see if Beyond comes over the wall after going after that romp.
He's close to level 6 if he kills in a few more minions, but Beyond takes the camp.
He doesn't have the smite though. There we go, flash body slam, explosive cask used, and Tara popping that W to try to dodge the dashes. Going back in, flashing into the jungle, but Ian right there. Oh, he misses his E though. Beyond is there to help him get the kill anyway. Ian picks up the first blood for MVP.
It is great timing because it's just as Ian wanted to walk over to pick up the blue buff. He gets extra kill involvement, so feeling pretty great about that. First item rush is the tier, but also the CDR boots, and the Summoner spell cooldown reduction will actually be very relevant to him, so nice little pickup and kill on top. Very nice.
Yeah. Ian's looking in good shape on that Varus. Ghost, meanwhile, we haven't really seen a whole lot of him. And what do you expect from a Ghost, though, really?
Filling the name, I guess, Stella.
He only pops up once in a while. Kind of like Twitch. He just pops up once in a while. And kills you. Like some Ghosts.
The not-so-friendly Ghosts.
Yeah, that's right.
Yomu's Ghost Blade going to be first item for the Twitch. Always been a staple of Twitch builds. Used to be Blade the Ruin King into Yomu's, but with all the changes, just Yomu's rush into probably the Runan's Hurricane.
See, the Yomu's Ghost Blade is not a very good Ghost, because you see it all the time.
But it's got Ghost in the title.
I know. But I mean, it's not like if it was a sword that only popped up once in a while, a ghostly sword. But nope, it's pretty much in everybody's pocket.
So Death's Dance then, the sword item that no one builds.
There you go. Called Death Ghost, or Ghost Dance.
Ghost Dance sounds frightening.
Spooky. Looks like it will be the Ocean Drake for CJ. And they won't have any really real opposition. Only Max there.
Sivir just back, so it's good timing from CJ Antis. No real option to contest, even though their item timings were superior in the early game. And Infernal Drake, like you mentioned.
Yeah, Infernal Drake coming up next.
Still no clowns. No.
A world without Cloud Drakes. It's been a great night, hasn't it? Well, except for when SKT got 2-0 by Afreeca. But other than that, it's been a great night, Drake-wise.
You take the good with the bad.
I guess so.
A good night Drake-wise sounds like a concert plug.
A good night with Drake.
Yep.
Oh, Haru coming in, being the least threatening Rek'Sai. Oh no, least threatening Chains of Corruption to follow that up. It's a battle to be the most least threatening.
Pacifist engaged in the mid lane. But it's just wave clear wars in the side lanes. The moment that Twitch picks up Youmu's, that's when the game gets interesting, because then Twitch will feel he has enough items to start going for those big ambush engages. That one item power spike of the Ghost Blade, but not to be found just yet.
He's working on it.
MVP have a pretty significant wave pushing advantage in the Sivir lane, so in general, they'll feel hard done by if they don't have the control of the Drakes. And with CJ picking up the first, it's a bit of a steal away, given the pressure advantage. Oh.
Max in a lot of trouble here. The attack from Haru comes in, trying to line up that Dazzle. He's going to flash away. Looks like he might be able to make it out. Teleport canceled. Tara deciding not to come down. And I don't know if he really needed to TP there.
Trying to counter, but when you're against a Shen, every little mistake like that is amplified. Summon spell. Teleport still available, actually just coming back for ADD. The ult on a much shorter cooldown, even if you cancel that teleport.
We're going for the mid lane turret now. BDD looking for a big play, misses everybody with the Empress of Hyde. Oh man, that was embarrassing. I don't know what to say. That's just BDD's worst nightmare, man.
He did his best Phoenix impression, but
he missed
everyone.
He missed 4 people with an Emperor's Divide. Ouch.
Yep. We don't have player cams for this game, but the facepalm is probably real.
I know. That's one where your face is permanently buried in your palm for the rest of the game. You have to play with one hand after that.
So Mado will do just great. He's famous for playing with one hand.
I guess so. I guess so. Well, you know, props to BDD for trying to make plays. We know he's capable of making them. It just, that was not his best moment.
The punishment will be just waves being pushed in, so no big objective from the questionable engage from BDD. Use both summoners as well, so could see a repeat gank onto the mid lane. Twitch has Youmu's Ghost Blades. Let's see if Ghost can put his aggressive mindset to use now.
Yeah. Now, one of the great things about Kramer so far this season has been that he's been able to really help CJ out in team fights. He's been great with positioning. He's been able to do a lot of damage. Can Ghost fill that role too? CJ has always been a team fighting team.
We have literally no data points to draw on. It's a new dawn with Ghost. We don't know if this is just a one-off game, a one-off series, or if he's going to be a staple of the lineup, but looking to learn about this new AD carry.
Looks like they will get the Rift Herald, and that might go over to Untara. See who they decide to send it over to. But MVP coming up. There's Max, there's Beyond, teleport. They're going to try to fight this. Flash Body Slam, explosive cask used to split up CJ. Untara misses everybody with the Poppy ultimate. Are they going to keep chasing? This is kind of a, whoa, actually. Nobody gets the buff. Ha!
The enemy team can't pick it up, so just stays on the ground. Time's out. There was a big disconnect between members. Varus wasn't anywhere near the fight. Sivir didn't even pop ult, so it seemed like MVP wasn't serious about the fight that Beyond clearly wanted to initiate. They deny the glimpse of the Void buff, but hardly a massive victory, I guess, for that investment from MVP.
The fight was more awkward than a dialogue in a Wes Anderson film.
But not as awkward as literally BDD's engage a couple of minutes previous.
Yeah.
I don't know what that says about Wes Anderson films, but
I think the awkwardness.
MVP continue to push up. This is what happens when you have Sivir versus Twitch. You should have significant wave advantages in multiple lanes. They also have the Stand United. Tyrus teleports back up though.
Well, Ghost has really been that this game. He's not even there for the mid lane turret take. MVP's just going to get it anyway.
BDD can't walk up, doesn't have any summoners after his previous escapades. Ghost late on the rotation in his first competitive match, and MVP have a very slight lead, but it's a couple of thousand gold.
Well, fire him. It's too late. It's done. Bring back space.
That's what we take away from this season.
We're there in Ghost Prison.
Isn't Space playing Overwatch now?
I don't know, is he?
I think he played in a couple of matches. I don't know if he's a competitive player, but
yeah, I don't.
He's around.
I have not heard that he's really committing to it, so
it's fair.
There is a really good player on the Asian server named Long Panda, though, which made me wonder. But no, it's not the same Long Panda. It's a different guy.
Did you ask?
I did. I actually did, because I had to know.
Are you sure he just didn't lie to you and then put your name in the Panda note?
No, I'm not sure. I might be in the Panda note. Oh, that's true. But I'm okay so far. And it's Infernal Drake time, and everybody wants the Infernal Drake. CJ has Haru in position right away. And are they going to start it? Yes, it looks like they will. Beyond in position. This is going to be bloody. CJ has to back away. Infernal Drake taking some damage. CJ has the positioning, though. MVP coming in. They want to take it. They do not take it. CJ manages to grab it. Max goes in deep. Gets low. They survive for now. The Braum ultimate comes in, and now CJ turning it around. Exhaust onto Goso. Gets caught. Gets taken out. A kill for Ian. And CJ on the run now. They got the Infernal Drake, but they're not going to win this team fight. BDD forced to use that Emperor's Divide just to disengage. And not the most impressive positioning for Ghost in his first team fight ever.
No, but it was a real hero play from Untara. He ulted out just one person, but it was Beyond who was trying to Gragas body slam in for the steal. So watching the replay, Untara channels the ult and literally cancels body slam with the ult. Means they get the Infernal Drake from here. We mentioned it already. MVP have the power in the early game. Twitch cannot outdamage the Sivir and Varus for now. Beyond finally rejoins the fight, and it's with the mini stun into the wall with the explosive cast. They take out Ghost, who, as you said, was too far up. And CJ just walk in different directions. BD hadn't used the ult already to fend for Ghost, so uses it to fend for himself. A kill in trade for Infernal Drake is pretty decent from CJ's side, though.
I suppose. Ghost going a little bit too far up to try to finish off Max, but ended up, like you said, getting hit with that explosive cast from Beyond. I don't think he was expecting the Gragas ult to still be up at that point in the team fight. You know, maybe not noticing that Beyond was knocked out immediately by Untara.
He also was foxed by the deceptive tankiness of the Taric. Still has that extra armor from his W. Still is very, very tanky as a melee support. He flashed in aggressively to kill a 400 health Taric, but that 400 health Taric had probably about 100 armor behind that HP, so wasn't really close to dying. It's not like it's a reset jack, and sure, you get the ambush cooldown back up, but I think flashing for a Taric, it's not what you want to be doing if you're Ghost.
Yep, sounds about right. So the small lead for MVP continues, but CJ with that Infernal Drake now, with both Drakes in fact, may be able to mount a bit of a comeback.
I've consistently seen teams try to fight early gold with Drakes, and unless you manage to finally get some picks, take some map control back, you just kind of get bled out. And it's definitely a danger that will happen this game. You see multiple people from MVP pushing into this inner turret.
Well, goodbye. Gonna save that turret for the moment anyway, pushing ADD back.
Varus will go answer the Twitch split push in bot lane.
Well, the Azir turret's kind of nice. Keep that tier 2 a little bit safer for the moment.
So this is actually a little mini win for CJ. If they're able to swap farm on Ghost for basically farm on 4 members of MVP, that's a pretty good spot for them to get Ghost bigger and bigger. He very much needs to pick up the Hurricane to have a bit of AoE pushing to complement what Azir will be able to do.
Right.
Now he has to group with the team.
MVP looking like they want to try to fight here, but CJ not really going to give them the opportunity right now.
Beyond flashed at some point. I missed that.
Oh yeah, he did. Strange. I did not see a reason for him to do that either.
No flashes used on CJ's side.
No.
Must have been off camera.
Must have been. I feel like Shen's sword is just an accident waiting to happen, man. I mean, because it flies at him. I wouldn't want that. I mean, even if I had a magical ghost sword that kind of flew around the map, I wouldn't want it flying at me whenever I did something.
But the weird thing is if you're on his team and he commands the sword towards you, you don't take damage from it, and then it somehow makes enemy auto attacks not work anymore in an area.
I don't know, man.
Are they intimidated by the sword and no longer wish to auto attack?
One can only speculate.
It is a magical sword though, so power of magic behind it seems to be pretty effective.
That's true. It's the power of magic. Never forget. In the meantime, ADD creeping his way to the mid lane, and then turning around immediately.
That's Flash, so look for the Taunt Flash engage. And MVP have a lot of pick CC, so once CC resonates, they are very likely to pick up a kill. With that sort of game plan, you push up your pink wards, you get exclusive vision, then you look for that first kill, and then the Baron. That's the plan right now for MVP.
Well, by the same token, too, I mean, if you're looking at picking on the relative rookie in Ghost, you just wait until he pops up, and then you just blow him up with all your CC.
That's why getting aggressive pink wards down and spotting him when he thinks he's ambushing in unbeknownst is very important for MVP.
Well, that's the thing, is you need to get pretty close with Twitch to do, you know, a lot of that damage. And how do you get close to this team that MVP has?
You're right. When the ambush is down especially, basically going to be completely zoned out of a fight.
Yeah.
Pink ward on the Baron, pink ward in the River Brush, but good answering pink wards towards the top side and behind the Baron buff for CJ Entus. Item timings not necessarily massive just yet. Ian does have a Mana Moon and the Yomu's Ghostblade, so 2 items completed for the Varus. Just waiting for MVP to really push up their vision and look for those picks, because 3 pink wards are sticking on the red side jungle. With the power of MVP's early game, they should be able to contest these wards a lot more effectively than they have.
I'll have to see what Drake is next to. Not gotten a glimpse of that yet. But it's up in about 5 seconds.
CJ don't seem too interested in it, given that they've sent Twitch the top lane.
That may give us a clue about what Drake it might be. It is. It's a Cloud Drake.
Yay!
Wow.
Our first of the night.
Oh, MVP going for it. This is their big moment.
Will they be able to take it down?
Their first Drake of the game. And they will take it. The Cloud Drake going to MVP.
And another one to follow it up, Doa.
Wow. That's amazing. All right, so they're a little bit quicker. See what they can do.
Well, if they decide to go to mid lane, they'll get there quicker, Doa.
Yep, that's true. A whole 0.5 seconds. Ooh. Makes a big difference. Ian. Ooh. Nearly poking BDD.
Tara's looking for a flank. Will be spotted potentially by the blue trinket ward.
Yeah. You know what, Papa Smithy?
What?
I think it's time that we make Cloud Drake great again.
Okay.
Because if you think about it, really, from now on, every skill shot that MVP hits, every ability that they dodge, is in my mind really due to Cloud Drake. Because if it's at all close, they would not have dodged or hit that without the Cloud Drake. So from now on, Cloud Drake gets some credit.
And we can also look at it from an MVP perspective. They're the team with the Cloud Drake, exactly. They're the team that has also a lot of this initiation pick CC.
Right.
The Taunt Flash might be just on the radius because of the extra movement speed.
They would hit none of it. They would hit none of it without the Cloud Drake.
I'll watch for it in the replays, though.
That's right. Let's watch for the Cloud Drake effect, Papa Smithy.
Okay.
I bet it's going to be big. All right. Max coming in. Oh, Haru's right there. They poked him.
He's quick.
I know, that's right. They're trying to catch him, and ooh, doesn't get him with the dazzle. It's close. Maybe needed one more Cloud Drake on that to hit it. Hard to say. It's possible.
It's a sweet spot. The second Cloud Drake.
I know, that's what you really need. Would have gotten that pick. All right, CJ rotating up to the top lane now. Oh, they might find Maha. Uh-oh, Maha in a little bit of trouble. Silver Flash. He avoided that on Burrow because of the Cloud Drake. He would have totally gotten hit otherwise. Beyond coming in. That's the explosive cast onto Haru. Trying to take him. Oh, Dazzle does not hit, but they still get the kill anyway. Maha lands it. Utara comes in on that Poppy. ADD going deep, man. He's getting aggressive on this Shen. Beyond coming in. Doesn't hit the body slam. Needed another Cloud Drake on that one. Mad Life a little bit low. MVPs, wow, they really rocked CJ with that team fight. BDD getting out of there, but I think it's going to be a Baron for MVP.
And the big issues with the Twitch though is that you can just Shen ultimate onto the Civ and negate the early damage, turn around, and they have so much Pixie. They shut down the Twitch, they've taken out the jungler, Baron down to 4,000, but Untara still lurking around.
Well, BDD goes in, they want to try to mess up MVP, but I don't know, there's a lot of health left on this team. Thanks for the ace, bros. Enjoy your Baron. Thank you, Cloud Drake.
Max also crucially had exhaust up, so instantly the moment that he saw the play used in. But this is what happens when you look for the initiations with Twitch. Maha has the ult, and that's when he turns around, has the Shen coming in. Even though the taunts don't hit, Haru's overextended, very nice explosive cuts just onto one member as Max kind of looks for a crazy dazzle play.
Yeah,
when he already had that jump, it didn't matter. Like they just extended from here. The next taunt hits crucially onto Ghost. Beyond takes him down, and MVP can get Baron off that engage.
I mean, CJ just kind of giving him the ace at the end there. It seems surprising that they thought they could really make a difference with this Baron take.
So when you think about this, when you're BDD, you're like, okay, the magic resist shred is coming from the Baron, and it takes so much damage if I get my combo with the ultimate. But the moment he launches in, the real person to talk about here is Max, because the moment he sees it coming in, exhaust. No damage goes through before the exhaust, so BDD just dies for free.
Yeah.
And it's going to be Baron and extra kills for MVP.
Doesn't even get to use that ultimate, and now the big push coming down the mid lane for MVP.
The wave clear outside of Azir is not great from CJ Entus.
Yeah. Wow. Easy mid lane tier 2 for MVP.
And a potential another shutout game in terms of kills. None on the board for CJ.
That's right.
Where things get very oppressive. When you have both pick CC and the strong poke of a champion like Varus, even Azir can't walk up, his cleanse is down. He just can't take that risk, so they have to watch as MVP take turret after turret.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. CJ may be looking for a way to fight this, but I don't think so, man. 8,000 gold lead already for MVP, and they can just bounce between middle and top lane. Or middle and bottom, rather. Leave top for later. They've already gotten a couple turrets. Already extended that lead. ADD going down to the bot lane to do a little bit of split pushing. For a second anyway, until the rest of the team shows up. Oh, nice poke onto Haru.
MVP have played very smart. They took the permanent objectives. They gave up the Drakes, but they're so much stronger in these fights with their early power spikes.
MVP got the best Drake of all. They got the Cloud Drake, man. Untara coming in. He's going to try to body slam Max there. Untara, whoa, gets blown up completely though. Mad Life went for the Braum ultimate, but there was no follow-up. ADD tries hit with a taunt, can't quite get it. That's going to be an inhibitor. The Azir turret as well. So CJ trying for an engage, and if they can't win that fight, I don't think they're going to be really winning anything else this game.
They just don't have the Wombo engaged. The couple of times that BDD's looked for a big play has been punished. They basically have to watch as here goes another inhibitor turret.
Yep, and another inhibitor soon afterwards. Untara back up at about 15. And MVP lacking a little bit of health on some of their members. No need to push this any farther. They will back off.
Just a lot of order and intelligence to the playstyle that MVP took down Jin Air with, and now have pretty confidently disseminated CJ Entus with. CJ changed their AD carry. I wonder, is this advent of a new CJ? And then they lock in Twitch, and it's basically the same thing.
Yeah.
Potentially with a downgrade, because Kramer was a great late game team fighter. It's just ironic that the best CJ games have been when Kramer's been on a utility carry and they've been running the big frontline. They've been giving gold to people other than Kramer to have a massive Hecarim in the late game, to have a Shen, because they've looked good with the Shen pick as well outside of those Jinx games. Whereas MVP, they were like, okay, you're getting some Drakes, but we've got Sivir, we've got Varus hitting power spikes, we've got all the extra options of Shen with teleport, and we're just going to pick up objective after objective with CJ just watching on without an option to contest.
That's right. Now that they have 2 Cloud Drakes, they will be barely hitting even more skill shots, or barely dodging the abilities from their opponents. It's the incredible strength of the Cloud Drake.
Doa proof.
That's right. I decided why fight it.
Embrace the Cloud Drake.
Accept the Cloud Drake as your overlord of the Drakes.
Isn't that the Elder Drake?
All Drakes. Well, except for that one, yeah. Strongest of the 4 regular Drakes. Elemental Drakes.
Come back from North America with renewed optimism, Doa.
That's right. I was thinking about it a lot. You know, I had a 12-hour flight to really think about the Cloud Drake and how my life fits in with the Cloud Drake.
Which stages of grief did you go through with 12 hours of consideration of the Cloud Drake?
No, I just learned that the Cloud Drake is the best Drake in League of Legends.
Okay.
I finally figured it out. I had an epiphany up there at 36,000 feet, up where the Cloud Drakes soar. As I became one with the Cloud Drake. Oh, see, he needed a third one to hit that chance of corruption. Nutara coming from behind with the flank. BDD going for the big play on Aziri. Gets a big Emperor's Divide. Zonia's right at the end. Only has like 10 health left. Goodbye. MVP Maha gets the kill there as ADD goes in. Big body slam from beyond. Big explosive cask as well as Untara finds himself on his own. Double kill now for Maha. And meanwhile, the super minions taking out the Nexus turrets. And this looks like it's going to be about it. MVP coming in for a bit of a close early game, but I would say after about 15 minutes or so, it was all MVP. CJ, I gotta say, poor Ghost, not the greatest first game for him. There goes the Nexus. Praise Cloud Drake, GG.
11-0 kill score. Another game one where the enemy team picks up no kills, but MVP, very ordered play. They looked good. CJ, they changed one of their core members, but basically presented exactly the same meal that they've done every other time, and that meal's gone wanting many a time.
Meal?
That's right.
Well, I think CJ was the one who fed that time, yeah. I did. They were providing a meal.
They provided a meal.
That's true. MVP getting that game one win. And, you know, you got to think if it goes like that for game two, we're not going to be here very long tonight because that was looking, for the most part, pretty one-sided. BDD, too, on that Azir, you know, just not able to really hit any of those big plays that he was trying to hit.
And look, BDD is kind of the player on this lineup that tries to make things happen in the early game. A lot of the members, Haru on Kindred maybe, but everyone else, Mad Life accepted, really looks to someone else to make the plays. BDD on LeBlanc has made things happen in the early game where the rest of his team has fallen down.
Yeah.
But this game, he went way wide trying to make things happen and kind of exacerbated the weak early game for CJ.
True enough. Yep. So what do you do? If you're CJ from here on out, I mean, do you just put Kramer right back in again for game number two? I think you probably give Ghost a bit more experience. It's only one game. It wasn't a great start for him, but, you know, you've got a lot of season left. You're probably not looking at going very far in the playoffs if you even make playoffs, so might as well get this guy some experience. That's what I say.
I think it's more harm than good if you take him out before game two.
Totally.
Give him a chance to get settled. That's his first game. That's the stage nerfs gone. Try something different maybe. A bit more of a standard AD carry or maybe even just a true utility AD carry. And just, again, CJ, please, something different.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it really kind of, like you said, kind of throws into question if CJ does have anything different, and it doesn't look like they do at this point.
I mean, that's more on the coaching playbook, I would say. If with two different AD carries, we get the same result, which, unfortunately for CJ, outside of those crazy games like the Shen Hecarim, has been consistently just these defeats.
Yeah, well, we will have to see what happens in game number two when we come back to see if CJ can tie things up. Don't go anywhere, guys. MVP versus CJ coming back in just a few minutes here on LCK Summer on OGN. We'll see you then. I tried. Yep. Oh well.
Played a lot of you, my winning. It's like 25 the life still you bust out of prison. Something's in the air, something's in the air. It's like that feeling when you're just about to kill it. Take your last shot, you know you're gonna hit it. Something's in the air, something's in the air. Whoa. Something big, I feel it happening out in my control. Pushing, pulling, and it's grabbing me. Feel it in my bones like, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Something big, I feel it happening. Oh, whoa. Something big. It's like that feeling when you're about to win the medal.
자, 에러우가 없다. 자, 마하 안정적인 자세.
여기서 이쪽으로 막 태표를 뒤를 못하게 해볼래?
자 이러면 물렸고요.
캐틀 뒤 못함, 캐틀 뒤 못함.
바로 케이틀린이 궁극기 때문에 지금
내쪽 딜 못해. 아지르 보래. 바로. 옆에 케이틀린. 바로 이거 좀 쓰면 500. 바로 먹어봐.
나이스. 바로는 케이틀린.
다 죽였어. 캐틀린 스웨이. 아래 텔 땄어.
야 옵니다 스웨인이 뒤잡아요.
디테일 아래 테야. 아래.
서로 오더가 나눴거든요 지금.
용봐봐. 네, 싸움은 썸디는
근데 장르 이거는 약간 진영이 MVP가 훨씬 좋은데요?
빼. 텔 와줘야 된다 하지 않았어? 아까 위쪽으로 같이 와주지.
엄청나게 이득받고 우와 MVP. 자 열죠.
앞에부터. 야 찍지 마. 지금 피하면서 가도 돼.
사먹재기에 미니언도 밀고 들어오는.
네.
미디 민전 기다리자. 미니언 기다리자.
이게 유일하게 남은 타워 하나.
미디 스펀드 두기야. 들어온다.
아 이거 MVP 대단한데요? 예.
자, 여기서 끝장 내장가요 한번.
천천히 이거 나가야 돼. 나가서 싸워야 돼 우리가.
케이치가
쳐는 보자.
알아요.
바드가 없어요.
바드가 없기 때문에 이거 애매하죠.
넥서스 친다.
이게 뭐예요? 이거 진짜 이거 어떻게 돼갑니까?
야 이거 게임 끝날 것 같. 끝나나?
끝날 수도 있어.
깰 수 있으려나? 민현 다 살려야 돼. 유리해. 계속 해.
예. 이러고 그리고 넘어오고. 이거.
바드 공으로 한 번 올리고 수현이 와야 돼. 딜러 나면 올리기 딜러 나면.
자 이거 가능. 포크레인들이 과연 얼마나 저항을 할지. 포크레인들의 저항 나오고요.
바드 공 한 번 쓰고.
뒤를 얼렸어요.
나이스. 감사.
얼렸어요.
진짜.
역시 여름의 왕자. 사먹재기도 거스를 순 없습니다.
네.
진짜 한 번만 잘했으면 되었는데 와가 못했나?
뭐예요 이거?
야 진짜.
환호하고 있죠.
ESC 앨범입니다.
MVP 이 정경기보다는 좀 더 과감한.
동선. 와.
비욘드.
템트. 와.
비욘드가
그리고 블레스까지.
진짜 잘하네요.
크레이지는 맞습니다.
이건 지금 약간 이거를 또 패스를 또 했어요. 자 그리고 밀고 비욘드 진짜 잘해요. 네.
썸머 시즌에 첫 승을 올리게 돼서 되게 기분 좋고요.
착하적이야. 아 진짜 뭐야? 오래된 거 봐. 그니까 가식적이야.
서로 팀원끼리 그 정보 교류가 많아서 이제 챔피언에 대한 이해도도 넓어지고 해서 그런 것 같아요.
아 그게 또
착한 컨셉으로 밀고 가네. 그니까. 너 그냥 우리 숙소에 와딩캠 있었으면 쟤 그냥 끝났는 거야. 그냥 끝났어. 왜 우리한테는 저렇게 상냥하게 말 안 해줘? 야 원래 안 이래요. 컨셉이에요. 컨셉이에요 진짜. 아 컨셉. 아 진짜 와 언제부터 건모라고 그러니까. 그래 건모가. 건모라고 한 적이 있어. 그래. 오랜만에 이름 불려본다. 야 선수일. 조용히라 선수가. 야 그래 항상 타고를 부르자. 타. 양심 어딘가에 떨어진 거 아니잖아. 양심 저기 부스에 떨어뜨리고 온 거 같은데. 착한 척 코스프레 하긴 그냥. 형이 날 이름을 부르는 게 오랜만이야. 형 오늘 경기에서 건모가 괜찮아. 오징어를 먹으면 이긴 것 같아요. 오징어 하나 주세요. 저희가 이 오징어 때문에 이겼습니다. 어제 이 오징어 10,000원어치 사가지고 다 같이 나눠 먹었는데 정말 좋은 효과인 것 같아요.
Beat in sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
Hey, we're back on LCK Summer and beyond, getting the MVP, 100% kill contribution. Guess what? He's a pretty good Gragas, and as we learned, he's also a really nice guy during interviews, at least.
5 out of 6 MVPs for Beyond on this team, so he's basically monopolized it outside of one ADD game, so
yeah,
right up there behind Smeb on the overall MVP ladder, and if MVP keep winning games, who's to say whether he could rise to the top of the league?
It's possible. I mean, we did have one season where Duke was on Notch and he got the season MVP, and I don't even think they made it to the playoffs that season.
But even the game that he didn't win MVP, it all goes through Beyond. We say that about CJ with Mad Life, but it's a bit more limiting when you're a support. But this guy's conceptualization of team fights, his use of abilities, there's so few wasted cooldowns from Beyond. He always chooses the right target. He works out whether to engage with Explosive Cask or use it defensively, as Max makes an interesting play on the side there. But in general, his Gragas has been on a level different to CJ, for example. Haru or Bubbling had a lot of poor games on the Gragas, and Beyond shows them how it's done.
True enough. And I think a big story of that match, too, is BDD just trying to make the plays on his ear, and nothing seemed to be working out that game.
I mean, the Twitch pick also, I think, was pretty questionable. Every time one of the solo divers, Twitch and probably the Poppy too, we haven't seen Poppy in a long time. Every time Poppy went in the back and they tried to wombo with a 0 Twitch, the target just altered. That's invulnerability for a few seconds.
Yeah.
They turned around and killed whoever the initiator was, and from there won the team fights pretty easily. So CJ got some Drakes, but that's about all they got from that game.
Yep, pretty much. They got 2 good Drakes, in fact, in the Ocean and the Infernal. But
Wait, not the best one.
Not the best one, that's right. Not the Cloud Drake, which MVP got 2 of and then won the game. I'm not saying that it's the reason, but I'm saying that it's the reason.
Okay.
Yeah, that and beyond, right.
That's 30 extra movement speed, Doa.
Right. So it's going to be interesting to see what CJ does here in game number 2. If they're going to stick with Ghost, which we think they probably will. We think they probably should. I mean, one game, yeah, it was his debut game. Yeah, it didn't go too well, but keep him in. It's still early in the season. It's okay if you lose this match, and just experiment, you know? I mean, if they think that they may want to actually switch Kramer out for Ghost down the line, then absolutely give that guy some more experience right now.
And they persisted with Kramer for a long time. Ghost has been available to play since middle of March, so months ago. That was probably like 10 series since then that he's played in, and Kramer's been good, but we talked about it. Pigeonholes the lineup a little bit. The Twitch pick didn't really change anything about that, so I need more information to really work out what sort of a player Ghost is, because after the lane swap, it just felt like MVP made the proactive map moves. The enemy team, CJ, just tunneled on Drakes, and that permanent gold led to the game ending much earlier than the Drakes were very relevant, and MVP won pretty comfortably from there.
Yeah, very true. So we will be moving into picks and bans very, very soon. I see the players in the lobby, so I know that it's almost time for picks and bans for game number 2, hopefully. And, yep, they're keeping Ghost. Okay, So there we go. Mystery solved. Ghost
One
is
mystery
staying in.
solved.
That's right. The other mystery is, does CJ have any other way to play the game of League of Legends right now other than trying to get their AD carry ahead and counting on him being amazing in team fights? Because it worked okay with Kramer, but now they're trying out Ghost. I don't know if he can do the same thing, but we will find out.
And they've had some isolated strategies. The Shen Hecarim we mentioned, of course. Hecarim was banned out. Probably going to stay on the ban list because you don't really need to correct much here if you're MVP. He looked great in game 1.
So, game number 2 between CJ and MVP. There's an Italy ban right off the bat from CJ. They did ban it out last time as well.
Hecarim first ban from MVP because they're on red side. Maybe we'll even see a Shen ban to the side of CJ. They didn't respect BD's Azir in game 1, so it seems like they're pretty flexible about what they want to ban against this lineup.
Yeah. That's right. I like how you keep looking at the camera during this, like you keep involving the audience with picks and bans. I'm just looking at my sheet right now, man. I've got stuff to write down. Varus, the next ban, and Ian's Varus was really good in game number 1, so not too surprising that CJ wants to take that out of the equation.
The fun thing about banning Varus is it also prices the enemy in to banning the Azir, because Varus is one of the lane champions that works very good against the Azir, farms very safely from long range, so now you might actually, despite having taken down BD's Azir, be tempted to ban it on red side.
Sure enough. MVP figuring out that second ban. They're going to go with the Vlad, which they did, again, ban out in game number 1. Hecarim, Vlad. Now they also banned out Victor, was the third ban.
Which I thought was interesting. To me, we've seen some early Victor reaches, which I don't like. I think Victor is a good champion, but never really decides a game. We've seen some carry Victor performances, but as an early blind pick or as a ban, I think it's just too much respect for a very decent mid laner.
Yeah.
It's going to be the Rise ban, which makes sense. Another power pick that was still available.
Yeah, and Shen. Okay, so they do take out the Shen. Just not wanting to give CJ the chance to take that.
They took it in game 1, ban it out in game 2. This is going to be increasing Shen priority. One of the few champions that now a lot of tanks have been nerfed. Shen, it feels like, is the go-to tank with Maokai kind of on the sidelines. So expect to see the priority being high. And speaking of priority picks, the Karma's available.
Yeah, Karma definitely a go-to pick for a lot of teams right now. As that first pick, you can flex it, of course, between mid and from support. So got a lot of options with that one, or 2 options anyway. But it's a lot in League of Legends.
I mean, we've seen top lane Karma around the world, jungle Karma from Diamond Procs. So
it's true.
You're right. It's realistically going to be mid or support. Not sure if BDD will want to run it, but that's a question they can answer later in the draft and have some lingering doubt for MVP to work out.
So what are the first picks for MVP going to be this time?
The Skarner. Definitely just lock in the Skarner.
Trundle, okay. So it's the OGN Korean caster super tribute, except for the Blitzcrank. I don't know. I mean, I guess you're just trolling Mad Light with that. All right, Sivir Rek'Sai makes a lot more sense.
Always a little bit disappointed to see a playmaking jungle like Beyond be relegated to Rek'Sai duty, but if his pathing gets creative, then he can do some fun stuff coming behind turrets.
Well, you can certainly make some plays on Rek'Sai.
Just kind of limited. You got Flash on Burrow, and then that's pretty much all you got. But see if he gets creative with the pathing, like I mentioned. And the Sivir pick, Maha, again, on utility ADs has been great, and it denies a potential utility AD pick from CJ Entus.
Yeah, as much as we've praised the positioning of Kramer on CJ, Maha has kind of been the opposite, who's really kind of struggled with positioning in team fights. So, yeah, putting him on utility seems like the way to go.
Well, we've had some, again, I especially had a lot of words for specifically Maha and Ian. Ian's champion pool seemed to be Ari and then decent on the Varus. Maha looked like he was going to be a liability, but both have been good in LCK without being outstanding. And that platform allows a talent like Beyond to really thrive. As I see you're surprised, because it's been a while since we've seen the Ashe. Kramer played it a couple of times, but now Ghost is going to go on one of those utility AD carries.
Yeah, that's right. And so this is going to mean that CJ does need to play things a bit differently than we're used to. They can't just count on the AD carry carrying here. They have to count on the pick potential from this Ashe.
Also means they'll need damage from other roles. Ashe does decent damage in the late game, but again, it's all about the consistent slow. Some decent single target damage with the Q available, but it's not just going to be Kramer carrying, and it's also a champion has to be very specific with the positioning. So I guess we'll get a real idea of Ghost's positioning ability compared to Kramer.
True. So MVP mulling over their choices here. The Trundle pick, a possibility.
It was surprising not to see Trundle picked in the spot where Poppy was taken, because Trundle was available last series and we didn't see a Trundle lock. It will be the Trundle taken.
All right, well, we know where that Trundle's going because we've got the Alistar locked in as well, but this is a lot of engage for MVP, and against a team that has Ashe, not a bad idea. They can jump on top of this Ashe and Karma really fast now.
And look, Alice has been very underwhelming this season after the ultimate change, but if he does one thing well, it's try to negate champions like Ashe. Just run at them, headbutt available, headbutt them out of the fight, or engage with the headbutt pulverize. So as a champion who can deal with an immobile AD carry, I think Alistar has some merit against Ashe.
What do you go with for the final pick on the MVP side, though? Maybe something like a Victor? If it,
Well, I mean, Karma's probably going to be the mid lane if they take the Braum, so top lane is what they need. They need damage also, probably from the top lane.
I meant on the MVP side.
Oh, sorry, on the MVP side? Let's see what happens here on CJ's side. They want to answer the Trundle. Gnar has been a lane counter that's worked in other regions. The Gnar play we've seen in LCK has actually been really questionable. So this is a risky pick from Intara because you usually go heavy damage on the Gnar. If you get ganked in the early laning phase, you can just straight up lose lane against a Trundle.
Yeah.
And then even then, if you go damage, your team fight is about, do you hit that massive Gnar ultimate and win the fight from there, or are you just a situational tank that gets focused down?
Well, Rek'Sai Trundle too does kind of provide a lane that's a little bit scary to push too far up in. It's a lot of CC. The Ahri from Ian would be interesting.
He's hovered it a lot, hasn't locked it in. Azir is available, you could just take on the side of MVP. Has a decent laning phase in any lane, but he's an Ahri specialist, so we're always optimistic that we'll see the return of the Ahri. Looked great on the Ahri in the promotion tournament, but if you're going to run Ahri, you could also run LeBlanc, and it's basically like for like, except LeBlanc's power level's a little bit higher.
That is something to consider with this team, is that they do have that Ahri kind of pocket pick, but it's going to be the LeBlanc this time. Perhaps a little bit more reliable of a way to go in and blow people up. And right now, it just seems like they're really trying to exploit the immobility of this Karma and Ashe.
The Karma will be able to provide movement speed for the Ashe, but obviously I take the point that if everyone runs
no
at
big
Ashe,
escapes. Yeah.
No escapes will hurt. It's also worth noting that if you get the Gnar behind and the Gnar builds damage, then you now have double teleport, and if Trundle's winning the lane and LeBlanc can just swap in and explode the situationally squishy Gnar, there could be some pretty big headaches for getting this Gnar through if he doesn't receive significant help from Haru in the early game.
That is true.
Gnar wins the 1v1, but it's all about the junglers swinging the lane, and so far Beyond has certainly been on top of Haru this series.
Yeah. Well, looking to see something a bit better from Ghost here in game number 2. See if he's shaking off the nerves of his first games here on LCK Summer. Perform a little bit better than we saw on that Twitch, but you know, you do have to wonder how much of that was him and how much of that was just the pick being a little bit awkward. We'll have to wait and see.
CJ, get through the early game, get the Gnar ahead. They have very big power in the mid game, so the mid game is really where they look good, but honestly, there's good power on the side of MVP, so this probably is going to be a snowball game that usually relies on the jungler getting ahead, so the betting man would certainly give the advantage to MVP.
We will see. They looked very convincing in game number 1. See if they can take it out in game number 2 as we move into that game. CJ trying to tie things up against MVP. Let's see who takes it. All right, here we go. Ooh, and the Infernal Drake. We have not started with a Cloud Drake all day, Papa Smithy. Wow. CJ versus MVP, game number 2. MVP certainly looking like the stronger team so far this series.
See a bit of a meeting of the minds between Max and Madlife. A point that I didn't mention, though, is that, of course, Max was the sub-support to Madlife a year ago in Champion Summer 2015, so probably learned a lot of his trade from Madlife. He went on to MVP, was the outstanding performer next to Beyond on the MVP squad during the Spring Challenger. Now he's meeting his old mentor in Champion.
That's right. I think there was ever a point where Madlife would have conferred on him the title of Life, so he would have become Max Life.
I don't know about that, but I bet there was a time when he tried to give Max a tutorial on Alistar, so...
It's true. maybe just gives away the Mad part. Then he'd be Mad Max.
Good movie.
Yeah. Which one?
I've actually only seen the remake.
Oh, all right.
That was great.
It's not really a remake, though.
Sure.
It's more of like a reboot or a sequel. It's hard to tell. It's good.
I feel if you take the same title, it kind of has to be a reboot, right?
Well, it's not, though, because it was Mad Max Fury Road.
That's true.
Because all the other ones are like Mad Max, Road Warrior.
Fair point, fair point.
Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, or whatever it was called. I think that was it.
Interestingly, the lane swap was actually initiated from CJ. This might have just been a preliminary lane swap because you heavily expect the team with the Trundle vs. Gnar matchup to want to swap the Trundle out of the 1v1, but it seems like MVP just went for standard lanes. We're a little bit surprised to find CJ lane swapping, and they'll be pretty happy with this result.
And the harassment doesn't seem too effective from Mad Life here.
He won't go full Hachani and flash into the red buff.
I don't think so. Oh, Hachani, never change. Well, for KT's sake, you probably should.
Hey, KT are winning and SKT are losing, so who's
That
to
is-
say where KT is on the power rankings right now? I do
is
not
true.
envy anybody making LCK power rankings after this week.
Dude, it is so crazy this season. Like, I left Korea for a week, and when I come back, what in the world what have you guys done to this league? I blame you completely. Max coming in looking for the headbutt pulverize. He does find it onto BDD. Chains may force a flash. Goes off. BDD flashes at the last moment to get away. That's a summoner down now in favor of MVP. So nice little early gank. And this is an interesting thing to kind of throw into the lane swap, isn't it?
Yeah, if you find the time, sometimes you really pay for ganks like that because the tempo of the turret taking goes down and the enemy
True.
team has a chance of getting extra objectives as MVP think about the wraparound. BDD's not been the greatest with lane control. The lane's in a really awkward spot for him here.
Yeah, oh, there he is. They
The
got to
moment
go
he's
on it
in-
now.
Yep, they're going.
Yep, that's right. Oh, the minion wave's right there, though.
Oh.
Were they spotted by the minions? I believe they were.
believe
Yeah,
so.
ping. Well, no, those were pings from MVP, though, so you'd think they had to see it. Uh-oh. Ian. All right, Chains coming down for BDD this time. But Ian goes in. Wow, Haru didn't pull the trigger on that one.
We're pretty happy that he missed the chain because that might have meant Haru coming into the lane.
I guess so. I thought Haru was going to maybe be a little bit more aggressive with that.
The fun thing about this game is that the top lane mismatch accepted, there's quite a lot to like in terms of like for like on each team. Both teams have effectively a pick comp.
Yeah.
Blanc and Rek'Sai can get a lot of work done as a duo. Elise also ganking for strong damage lanes like the Karma and the Gnar, and obviously Ashe once she gets level 6. So a lot of pick CC from both sides, so that's why I mentioned that this feels like a snowball game. When there's a like for like, when the drafts are pretty similar, utility AD carries, pick supports, pick junglers, when that happens, it's usually the team that gets the early advantage, snowballs pretty significantly because each team has very similar tools and tool sets available to them.
Yeah.
The only big question mark is the mismatch in top lane, specifically the Gnar should be able to comfortably overcome the Trundle, but the itemization is kind of always up in the air.
Right. Ghost getting some time on his own down in bot lane, and he got a lot of time on his own last game too, and it didn't end up helping out that much. Maha, though, has a nice little CS lead.
So one of the reasons why Ghost was being slow about pushing up this wave is that you kind of want to mirror where your jungler is. The Elise was on the top side of the map taking Gromp, so it was going to be a while before she was going to be in position to help take the second turret. So basically opting into the tempo being a bit lower, speeding up now though.
Yep. ADD moving up to that turret to help out his team. And CJ not even to the bottom tier 1 yet.
A lot of respect from both mid lane as you see Negatron Cloak rush on Karma and the LeBlanc.
Wow, yeah.
You usually don't see this on Karma because most Karmas will itemize into a Thane's Unholy Grail, so you can just build the Chalice for the magic resist and the health and mana sustain that provides. But Negatron does seem to indicate Abyssal Scepter on both sides.
Could be. And Beyond looking for a gank onto BDD. Ian goes in. There's a knockup. BDD in a lot of trouble here. He does not have his flash, and that may be first blood. No, Ian gets stunned by the chains, and he's actually going to get out.
So close because the root came onto Ian, even with flash, wasn't in range for the flash distortion kill.
Wow.
They have to back away.
The turret does go down up in top lane, though, in favor of MVP. Ian going to get some free time with this turret. Looks like CJ is going to equalize in the end.
The sum reward is just going to be the teleport timer from BDD. So
Yeah.
if Ian can make something happen on the map, that will vindicate the good gank timing from Beyond. But that's, again, very slim advantage. Page first item as expected from Intara, so probably going to be the Black Cleaver.
Yep, seeing that Gnar go for damage, like we were expecting.
When you go for a damage build, you kind of really want there to be turrets available. And the reason why I say that is in a short lane, if you have damage, you can always wail away with auto attacks, get some auto attacks on the enemy turret, then have a short lane to be able to retreat if you get ganked. But with outer turrets down on both sides of the map, very easy to get ganked if you overextend. Speaking of overextension.
Yeah, teleport coming in. That's right, ADD could be in a lot of trouble as Intara shows up, slows him down, and Intara just hops out of that one. There's the flash. No turret to protect him, though, and this might be first blood going to CJ. Looks like it will be. They give it over to Intara. And so MVP, despite some early strong plays, does give that first kill to CJ.
Super overextended in lane. That was not a safe place for ADD to go. That's just a mistake. We saw Ruler punished for mistakes like that when he played against SKTelecom from Samsung the first time that rookie had shown any levels, and that was just a situation where ADD couldn't be there. There was no defensive warding for him, there was no coverage from the jungler, he was punished. They may get an Infernal Drake out of it, but they're also really at pressure of losing this inner top lane turret.
Yeah, is the Infernal Drake worth losing this turret for?
I mean, I think CJ were a case study that in game one. I think the answer is no. I think the permanent gold is so much.
Aru finds Ian. Ian has to distortion away, dodges the arrow though. Sees that coming in. Oh. Recall denied. He meant to do that.
So Arrow make a massive cross-map arrow in the KT series yesterday. That one was a lot more fortunate.
Yep. CJ may be able to get this Rift Herald. Max Hanavan is on here. ADD comes in to try to help out a support. Intara actually gonna have to flash to try to escape. Here comes Beyond. The fight is on. Maha and Ian coming down from the bottom, but Ian already down to about half health. EDD gonna zone out pretty well with that Q. ADD coming in. They force the flash out of the Karma.
There's the Trundle Pillar.
It's gonna be coming soon, or not at all.
Yeah, still 2 seconds away, so couldn't bounce the Ashe towards the team. They really wanted to get the Summoner spell on the Ashe as well.
So Rift Herald not taken by CJ. Instead, they pay with a couple Summoner spells.
Yeah, no Rift Herald and no Inner Turret, so just a free Infernal Drake.
Yeah.
Well, I guess a kill for an Infernal Drake, which is a pretty decent trade for MVP.
Free-ish. Yep. I think they'll be happy with that.
Whenever a champion like LeBlanc, a snowball laner, can pick up the Infernal Drake, it just means that first item purchase gets further and further ahead.
That's a good point.
Pick champions plus Infernal Drake is happy times.
Happy times for one team anyway.
That's true. Ghost just going to pick up some CS. We'll have to overextend to get it, but as you can see, Trundle would be doing some pretty optimistic wave clearing of his own. Has Tiamat, so we'll just auto push. Ashe will pick up free CS eventually in bot.
CJ trying to push up this bottom lane a little bit more now.
Tara's gone for Boots of Swiftness. Even after all the nerfs, it still provides quite a lot of flat movement speed. No Cloud Drakes to get around the map quickly.
So they need more. Mad Life and Ghost up against Beyond and ADD. Here comes the teleport though. Ian coming down. Ghost already a little bit low here, and he's going the wrong direction, man. That Ashe is not going to escape here. Whoa! And meanwhile, Ian comes in and just blows up Mad Life. Ghost has to flash away, but Max is right there, setting up the double kill for Ian. And MVP, man, they just look like they are outclassing the CJ Entus team so far.
And the flash from Ashe was actually really poor. There was no teammates there. There was no vision there.
Yeah,
Very high likelihood he was going to die.
Exactly, yeah. How are you going to really expect to escape in a situation like that?
You know, if you're Ezreal, you can just Arcane Shift over. Absolutely go for it. But you know, once the teleport comes in, there's no getting out. That's the reality here. And this was initiated by Ghost. He walks up, ults, and then it's like, just channel that teleport. Double kill for free from the side of MVP. So good shot calling, poor decision from Ghost. If you're playing a utility AD carry, your use of the arrow is basically the acid test for how good an Ashe player you are, and a misuse there even though he hit it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that it's not so much about the accuracy, it's about the timing, right? That was just not a good time to go for that play. They didn't have a lot of vision really in the opposing jungle as well, and they paid for it.
And that's, that's one of those mindset things where if you're the AD carry, if you're someone like Bang or someone like Prey, especially Prey who's played a lot of the Ashe, you have to take in your situation. You have to look at your minimap and go, can I make a play with the array? It's not can I right-click this person to death, is do I have the time, the summoner spells, the knowledge to be able to make a play like that? And with the hindsight, with the complete information, we could definitely say no. Most top players also would have had that sixth sense to not pull the trigger, made the optimistic call, and when that ult's down, it's a free double kill for the LeBlanc.
Yep, that's the result. And MVP already pulling ahead, even earlier than they did in game number 1.
Just to be clear for the viewers, that's a play Kramer wouldn't have made.
Yeah,
so
I agree. Oh, Cloud Drake, yay! So happy.
That was definitely a true rookie mistake. Ghost?
I think you're right. Not a great start for Ghost.
Pretty significantly back on CS, but that's what usually happens for Ashe when the outer turrets are down. Have to be extra safe when you don't have an escape to pick up farm around the map.
Yeah, Max and Maha zoning people, trying to let Beyond set up that red buff for the MVP AD carry. There's Sivralt immediately. Wow, they are going for it. That is
optimistic.
That was very optimistic. Yep, no follow-up there from MVP, of course.
Sometimes when you steal a red buff, you just want to shout, Doa.
I guess so. You're like, ah, red buff! Ah. Can't blame him.
We would have missed this video, but they interviewed one of the MVP players about the loss to KT Rolster.
Right.
And they're like, we would have got the last hit on that Nexus. So with MVP, we would have got that KT Rolster Nexus if we flashed for the auto. Basically, if we flashed for safety.
Sure.
So MVP have been just flashing at the end of every game to correct that mistake. So I guess shouting an ultimate makes sense as well.
That's true. Here comes CJ. They want to try to stop MVP from taking this Rift Herald. I don't know if they can, though. Ian's already doing a lot of damage, man. Oh, but then he gets hit by the Ashe Arrow. Has to flash away. He's okay for the moment anyway. Max with the counter engage. BDD there as well. He's already trying to escape from this fight. ADD ended up taking a lot of damage early on, even after using that Trundle ultimate. Beyond sneaking through the top side of the map to escape that fight. That kind of was fought to a stalemate.
Yeah, ADD had no mana as well after you used the Contaminate, so just had to back away.
ADD and BDD.
Well, so far A is beating B, which means that we're going for college grading system here.
I guess so.
Nara is close to the Black Cleaver. Boots of Swiftness into Black Cleaver's precious little defensive stats, so it's going to be very execution heavy. If Untara gets that massive Nara ultimate, then Ashe will be able to profit from the armor penetration the Black Cleaver will provide. If not, if it's flashed away from, if it whiffs, it's going to be very squishy frontline Nara.
Yeah. MVP still with a nice little gold lead here. Dragon is up, and it is that Cloud Drake. They're going to move a
massive
little bit
contest
faster.
here.
Yeah. I don't think CJ's too concerned about this. ADD having trouble kind of going toe-to-toe with Untara, but with his jungler right there, they might be able to get this kill anyway. Looking for the flash, Untara goes Mega Gnar. And wow, flash engage, and they get him right before he can use the summoner.
Yeah, really good from Beyond. Held onto the flash start. BDD's looking for a kill.
Yeah, he is. He's going for it. Meanwhile, MVP does go for this dragon. They're like, all right, you guys can fight up in the top lane. Beyond just pieces out down to bot.
There's something hilarious about a Rek'Sai ulting out while in combat. It's like, you got no CCC up.
Yep. CCC.
Yep.
And that's dragon number 2, the Cloud Drake, going to MVP.
Mountain as the next one. So Mountain, Infernal, and Cloud. So no Oceans. We saw a lot of Ocean starts today, but the Ocean will not open up in Game 2.
Good mix of Drakes. MVP, I suppose. Except for the Cloud Drake part.
Black Cleaver completed for Gnar, but the rest of his team, unfortunately, not in the same one-item power spike territory. BDD has gone for a random sampler of items, I guess working towards the Merlinomicon as his first pickup, but it could be Abyssal Scepter as well. It's going to be
Nomicon.
the Morellos, but you just compare that to Abyssal Scepter and Needlessly Large Rod. Extra 1,000 gold casually onto Ian. Yeah, just no one else really able to contest an early skirmish with similar item timings. I mean, that means that unfortunately, Untara kind of has to take it to Trundle in lane, but then he doesn't have the ward coverage to do that. So again, if you go the damage route and have to hold back, if you have to play safe, then it really negates the power of building that Black Cleaver first.
Very true. Still about a 2,000 gold lead for MVP as they kind of muscle their way onto CJ's side of the map. With all 3 outer turrets down now, they've certainly got a bit more map pressure. They're going to be the ones to finally grab this Rift Herald, it looks like.
I just love the way the MVP play when they have pressure. The MVP have definitely been overwhelmed this season by better teams, but when they get through the early game, think about the last set of buffs. They contested the enemy red, stole that away. They now contest the enemy blue, stole that away. They've got Rift Herald as well. They're very ordered in how they play. The best teams in the world, when they get an advantage, when they have a wave pushing advantage, they get the waves in the right spot, then they contest red and blue. And MVP are doing that very cleanly.
Yeah. True. They get back to defend that tier 2 down in bot lane as well, so they don't really take too much damage onto that.
And then the mind games are there for the Gnar, because when you just see your blue buff stolen under your nose, you're not really in a mind space to be able to go offensive with this Black Cleaver and actually trade. You're scared about your own life, so
I suppose
Gnar's going to play defensively.
Oh,
Ash Arrow.
Ash Arrow used. It does not hit Ian, though. Okay.
Always optimistic to try to hit a LeBlanc with Ash Arrow.
Very, very true. Mad Life moving ahead with that shield, looking for a chance to use that Braum ultimate. Here's the teleport. Mad Life hopping back to the red buff to try to get away. Haru caught completely, though. He's going to repel over to Max. They're still going to catch him. Mad Life with the Braum ultimate gets a lot of hits.
Here comes Gnar.
That's right. They're going to try to turn this one around. Ian a bit low to start things off with Untara in the middle of the MVP team. Beyond a bit low here, but now the counter engage from MVP once again. They need to back away, though. Untara slowing everybody down, and the sacrificial cow comes in. Max trying to save his team. Does he do it? Untara, gets a slow into ADD. That is not good for Trundle. Nope. No, goodbye. Well, might be able to scare Untara away. There's a lot of minions there. Untara taking some hits, and they actually save him. Haru, tries to get the execute on Ian, but there's a kill from that LeBlanc anyway. Good response from Ian.
Really nice LeBlanc mechanics to dodge the damage there as well. Somehow, Trundle gets away. Maha with the team play right there. And you got to say the buddy system was working for MVP on the outside. And Max, as you said, he knew what he needed to do. He went back in. He knew he would die. But this fight was so close. It was a really nice Trundle pillar, but no one could profit from the damage. Maha's not actually getting auto attacks in. Finally gets his first ricochet, and then everyone's like, oh crap. It's a full rage bar Gnar. And he flashes, he only connects onto Beyond, which should be a disaster, but now Beyond can't be a frontline. Max's ult is down, everyone's running. This could easily be 3 kills to CJ Entus, unless Max, he does the support thing. He realizes, yep, could be 3 kills, but I'm just going to guarantee the safety of my teammates, and he managed to do that.
Gotta do something. Good support play.
Almost a massive Gnar ultimate, but
well, if that flash had caught Maha, that would have been a much different story for that team fight, but it just barely didn't hit him.
It was one of those situations where, because they could focus down Beyond us.
Hi, Untara. Bye, Untara. Uh-oh.
He doesn't have any wards.
Nope. No, he doesn't.
None at all.
MVP with an easy pick there.
Not even on that side of the map.
Nope. He was pushed all the way up with absolutely no vision, and what do you know? He died. Shocking.
Well, MVP, once again, going to the natural playbook. We've said it already. They push up their waves, they contest enemy buffs. They see someone overextended without vision, they take them down. It's simple play, but very nicely executed so far.
Kunan to ADD, but he is not deterred. Yep. Ian there as well. Oh, wow. Nice headbutt onto that Karma. BDD just blown up. MVP with some nice ganks there. Whoops. Maha walks right into Haru. And that's classic Maha. Oh, but now the counter engage. Haru in a little bit of trouble. Mad Life kind of on his own as well. Nice double pulverize from Max. Ghost trying to back away, trying to kite out, but that's going to be 2 more kills from the MVP side. Ghost going ham here. Whoa, buddy, it's 1v5. He's going for it, though. Meanwhile, Untara comes in to try to turn things around. Nice stun on ADD. There's a kill for CJ. So somehow, some way, Ghost with the confidence that his top laner can turn things around, and it pays off.
Speaking of turns, Beyond turn for the Flash Unburrow, missed it onto Ghost, and that's why there were 3 members with very low health actually moving towards the full health Ashe. Only 1 member, once again, is the Sacrificial Lamb. This time it's ADD. Could have gone a lot worse. It starts off pretty good for MVP. This is really nice from Max. He flash poles. He doesn't look for headbutt pole. So there's no animation for BDD to try to outplay.
Right.
So he's taken out. And then Maha decides to go the greedy route. He's like, that's a minion wave. I'm going to take it down with a Ricochet Q. But basically dies for free. And then things look like they're going to go okay. They take down Haru, even through Summoner Spell heal. They're pretty tanky. They take some free damage, but they're like, okay, we can turn around with these 2 kills.
Sure.
We cut it off, though. We're going to go straight to action.
Well, that's because we had BDD teleporting in for CJ to try to contest that Mountain Drake. MVP just backs off for the moment.
But there was that mechanical misplay we missed there from Beyond. He thought he was in range for Flash Unburrow, but missed it, and that's why Trundle had to die.
He had to die. Now, I mean, Maha, we've criticized this guy before, and if he had gone with his team, they could have put some legitimate pressure onto Baron, and instead, they ended up getting kind of dragged into this really awkward team fight. CJ going for the Mountain Drake now. MVP not looking concerned about it. They're just going to let him have it. They're going for the turret instead.
Wow,
And
CJ
Haru,
actually.
Oh, that's awkward. Oh, all right, well, they get it, but they lose a lot of time there. MVP going for this mid lane tier 2, and they will pick up that objective. So trading that Mountain Drake for the tier 2 turret. What do you think?
CJ didn't need to do that. They actually turned very slowly from the Drake, even though they failed to turn. Oh, ADD.
Yeah, maybe caught. There's the Ashe arrow kind of guaranteeing that ADD in a lot of trouble. Could flash over the wall. Not going to bother.
I like how Max walked up to the wall and was like, okay, I'll try to heal you, bro. See ya.
No. Well, I mean, it's getting a bit silly now. MVP, a lot of their players kind of getting caught in silly positions, aren't they?
Definitely. Making some poor positioning mistakes, no more so than Maha.
That's going to cost them the mid turret, too.
Coming back to the Drake, even though Haru misjuggled it, he could have just slowly soloed it, or slowly soloed it from about 2,000 health while his team left early to try to wave clear, but
probably
the shot call was just too slow, too late, and that's why MVP got to take that outer mid lane turret. 5 turrets to 2, and this is kind of the situation I talked about. Trundle's got Frozen Heart Tiamat, and basically has more tank stats and a decent amount of damage to take on Untaro, who has a bit of magic resist, a bit of armor, but you kind of feel like both Ian and ADD can take the 1v1 against the Gnar, and that's where the strategic options kind of get a bit narrow for CJ Entus.
Yeah. A little bit awkward.
I mean, you look at the gold, it's 500 gold ahead for the Trundle, about 1,500 gold ahead for the LeBlanc, who can definitely delete this Gnar.
Yeah. And I mean, the overall gold, too, has been slowly creeping more and more in MVP's favor throughout the game.
Ian is, to me, the biggest overperformer based on expectations preseason to this season. 5-0 casually in this game on the LeBlanc.
No, he's looked really good. I mean, there's been a lot of hype about Beyond, and Beyond has had some good play, but I think Ian is right behind him overall.
There's no one you looked at on the MVP lineup and say, this guy needs to be replaced. He's not cutting it in Champions, when Max was the only player with any experience in the LCK, and that was 2 games on CJ Entus.
I kind of feel like Maha could use a bit of work. But
again, like, he made one big mistake this game, but in general, he's been just fine. Sure, you could just plug a better AD carry in and the team would probably be better, but this is a 5-man lineup. They have no subs. The team synergy is obviously very important, and they've played surprisingly well.
They have. And a 2-0 against CJ would be a nice thing to kind of pad their
What a week.
season stats. Yeah, for sure.
Jinair and then CJ Entus. Crazy to think that they did not play from the time they got dominated by SKT till a week later when they beat Jinair, and then what a change. I guess they used that week very effectively. I'd love to hear them talk about what they used 7 days of practice. You don't get 7 days off in the LCK very often now that we play 6 days a week, but I think their preparation should be commended because they look like a different team after a week's change.
Yeah, very true. And, you know, no doubt that match against SKTelecom gave them a lot to study, a lot to work on, a lot of feedback for their own play.
It could go either way. Spenu talked about when they were dominating games last season that, you know, the flow-on effect was lack of confidence for weeks, but they got dominated. They didn't get a chance to get any sort of revenge for a week and came back stronger, and that's a really good sign for MVP.
I suppose it is. MVP looking for an opportunity to put some more map pressure on. They pretty much have the map at this point. Need some split pushing and to do some damage to BDD. He's going to be able to do a lot.
MVP. So hard for Ghost to try to thread an Ash Arrow. Who do you Ash Arrow when there's Spell Shield, Trundle, Rek'Sai, and Alistair all to basically eat that massive initiation ultimate?
Yeah. Tara, here's the teleport. CJ going for this. Ooh, I don't know, man.
LeBlanc hasn't committed to anything just yet.
Yeah, that was a bit awkward for CJ. BDD coming in, but really not finding anything, and now that's just going to ensure that they lose that bottom tier 2.
BD could have stuck around and wave cleared. Thought he saw a sign, thought he saw initiation, but clearly seems that was not to be.
Yeah. Huh, well. It's a problem. Another Dragon coming up in a minute 20 with Baron a threat. Oh, they're going to go for it, trying to make a play on Haru here, and it looks like they may have found him. Nowhere to go to. Flashing over the wall. Oh! Prey Seeker! Beyond. Helps ADD, I guess, pick up the kill.
Prey Seeker and maybe the second proc of Contaminate killed him, I guess?
I guess so, yeah, that was interesting. But anyway, it does free up what should be a fairly easy Baron for MVP now. CJ has to try to contest, but they have no way to really steal it without Haru.
Armor damage will definitely hit hard. There's the Ash Arrow.
That was big. Utara coming in with a full Narbar. Has to flash away, though. MVP turning off the Baron. Chasing up to Utara. There goes Ian for some damage. On to Ghost. Ghost trap it completely by Beyond. Beyond again making the plays that set up the kills for MVP. And they can go right back onto this Baron. They may not need to. Yeah, they're just going to recall. It's probably smart.
They don't have the health bar on max. Doesn't have ult either. So even though the rest of them are healthy, Baron buff. It's not the smart play. Backing off is definitely the smart play. This is actually a pretty good contest. They hit the one person they wanted to hit on the Ash Arrow. That was Ian, so the spell shield doesn't work. And then it's a 3-man Gnar from Luntara. It's just, obviously with the man disadvantage, it's never going to be an initiation. This was purely just to buy time. And when you're peeling away from a Baron against LeBlanc, you're pretty sad with your Ash.
Yeah, I would say so. Infernal Drake is up, and that's big for MVP. If they can claim another Infernal Drake, that's going to make them pretty much unbeatable in team fights.
You want to hear the cruelest irony of CJ Entis, Doa?
What?
This lineup, I think, could use an experienced jungler with good shot calling. You know who that guy is, Doa? Ooh. Ambition.
Yep, he is now. Oh, hello. All right. Stick around.
He's in a bit of... Oh, maybe not.
Flashed on the cocoon. He's okay. Afreeca is coming.
That moment when CJ fans wish they had Ambition, man.
Yeah. Well, MVP has that second Infernal Drake now. And so that's going to be a lot of damage boost.
I mean, LeBlanc is going full damage, so not even going for magic penetration with the Nidus Large Rod after the Abyssal. And shooting on 2,600 gold, that's going to be a death cap completed, I have to think. I'm only looking at the gold values, but it certainly sounds like a death cap. And death cap plus 16% bonus from Infernal Drake's pretty happy times. We'll point out the AP value on the LeBlanc when we see a flash over to Ian. 223 AD casually on 2 AD item Maha.
Alright, they're going to investigate, wanting to make sure that MVP is not taking Baron, but it looks like they're going to take Mad Life instead. BDD comes around, actually gets a good amount of damage with that Q, but here comes Ian and Maha from the bottom of this fight, blowing up the Ash immediately. Ghost already down, a kill on each side. BDD trying to flash away, and MVP just has way too much damage, a triple kill. Very unsurprisingly for Ian in that fight.
And this is just the wealth of the game, paying off for MVP.
Yep.
Once again, trying to fight in narrow terrain with Ghost. No flash available. He blew it last time after the turn on Baron. And it's going to be the inhibitor turret down, the inhibitor down, and maybe the game shortly coming through for MVP. Because
they do have a minion wave. This might be the game. They can just charge ahead, and with the damage they've got from those 2 Infernal Drakes,
It's a bit of a mistake from Trundle. He should have backed and then recalled, but he's just going to teleport anyway to keep a minion alive. They might be able to end the game. It's only 5 seconds till BDD respawn.
Well, here we go, MVP trying to fight a close Nexus battle. Are they going to flash for it? Uh-oh, CJ coming in, and the Nexus goes down, and that's the 2-0 for MVP. Well, Papa Smithy, they flashed for it.
They did.
There you go.
And look, you don't get a lot of practice in these really narrow Nexus taking damage calculations, so maybe they were like, well, this is silly, but let's try it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, they got it. It was close, but they also had a huge damage advantage over CJ Entis, and I mean, what can you say? Both games tonight from MVP, they've just looked better than CJ on all accounts.
But it's another one of those games, you know, when we saw Longzhu get a series victory, like, I'm excited to see Longzhu play other top teams. They end up going down to the Rocks Tigers. I'm excited to see MVP and their continual improvement, because I want to see them test their mettle against other mid to top table teams, because they've looked very clean 2 series in a row.
Yeah, that's right. You can see the damage output from the champions. In game number 2, of course, Sivir doing quite a bit.
Somehow Rek'Sai has the 2nd most damage.
Over the LeBlanc. Oh, what do you know?
I was going to say Ian had a very good performance here, but he cleaned up a lot of kills, but clearly it wasn't severely his damage, because as usual, Beyond put in a good shift. I don't think it was an MVP performance from Beyond this time, but regardless, MVP ordered, smart. Again, returning to the points I hit on. They get an advantage, they push in lanes, take the red buff, take the blue buff, look for a safe Baron. In general, they just played smart, which is so exciting to see from a new team.
Yeah, and wow, what a crazy night of League of Legends here, man. I mean, first you have Afreeca Freecs 2-0ing SKTelecom, and then, you know, MVP 2-0ing CJ. That result maybe isn't as surprising, but, you know, we did get to see CJ's new AD carry Ghost. Not the greatest debut for this guy in professional play, but, you know, he's young. He's very, very young. He's obviously, you know, it's a lot of pressure being put in that situation, and we'll see kind of where his career goes from here.
I mean, the sports adage is better for the run. He's now got that first series. You know, that's no longer going to be a consideration. So maybe that will improve his headspace moving forward. But if we're going to be critical, definitely looked like a downgrade from Kramer based on just 1 series. He was overextended. He went for that Ash arrow that got them punished and a double kill over to the LeBlanc. So he's still going to need time. He's certainly not going to be the Band-Aid that CJ was desperately looking for. But that's the thing, is you have to compare him to BDD, who was an immediate improvement on Fly when he came into the mid lane.
Yeah.
It's just not clear here what the AD carry going forward for CJ Entis is.
I mean, that's the thing. And again, you know, with BDD's youth, he's only 17, or not BDD. Well, I guess it applies to him too. Yeah, but Ghost's, you know, youth. This is a player that you can just kind of keep around, and you can sort of train him over time. And, you know, CJ, you know, was a very good organization for quite a while. It's kind of surprising to see them in the state they are in now, but we'll see if maybe they can bounce back a little bit next year.
The crazy thing is they had the experience edge. They had a player like Madlife who's played more games than obviously all of MVP combined, and then some, probably by a multiple of 3 or 4 when it comes to even including challenger games, just because Madlife's career has been that long. But shot calling definitely hasn't improved for CJ, so that's not something that Ghost was expected to do, but something that's clear is that they need change. Maybe it's Shy. He's still on the roster. I don't know how serious he is about wanting to play, but they need experience fast.
I mean, the only thing we've really heard from Shy in interviews and things like that is that he was taking more of a backseat role. He was taking more of a, you know, advisory role in terms of the other players. So it doesn't sound like he's really planning on coming back. It sounds like he's their emergency top laner right now.
Well, they need some emergencies, Doa.
It might be an emergency already. That is true. That is true. Yeah.
And what has to happen for it to be an emergency?
I don't know, man. It's a tough time to be a CJ fan, but I feel like we've been
When
saying
were the
that
thriving
for a while
times
now.
for the CJ fans?
It's been a few years.
It's been a few names as well.
Yeah.
It wasn't Azubu, and it wasn't CJ. It was MIG, you'd have to think.
Yeah, I mean,
that was a while ago.
That's the last time this this squad, you know, so to speak, won anything. So let's take a look at the MVP. It is Ian for that play on LeBlanc, and you look good. Look good on LeBlanc. Did a lot of damage.
Yeah, the damage numbers weren't there, but the pick numbers were there, and they went for the LeBlanc with the last pick over the Ahri. He's an excellent Ahri player, and this is the second time we played seen him play LeBlanc really impressively. This was more a tutorial of what not to do if you're Ghost.
Oh, Ghost.
You're not going to kill the Trundle Rek'Sai anyway. They're super tanky and full health. You don't have vision to pull off this play. You don't have the damage yourself to do it. And you open yourself up to a free double kill, then you flash over to no vision and die too.
I mean, the flash especially at the end there, you know you're dead. Just save the summoner, man.
Summoners were punished routinely. Maybe this was...
that was a sick play for
That
Ian
was
right
really
there,
nice
yeah.
mechanics. Feels like everyone other than Faker is having a carry LeBlanc
I
performance
know, right?
recently.
So we're in this bizarro world where Faker can't play LeBlanc and everybody else can. I don't know. It's been a weird couple weeks here.
And MVP come in with double Infernal Drake, fighting in a choke, no flash on Ashe, and Tara not being able to get a big initiation. Here's going to be my one takeaway point, is that if you're one of these teams towards the bottom, if you're a struggling team, if you haven't really found your identity, if you don't have a dominant top laner, don't take the Nara, because Nara has been more of a bait, and it's been more misused, I'd have to say, compared to any other top laner. You need certain things. You need to be set up. You need your jungler to be shadowing you. You need to have the right chances to really push aggressively, because if you build damage and then have to hold back, have to play defensively, you're not initiating fights. The enemy's initiating them on you. Gnar really does not help your team.
Yeah, I would say so. It's we don't see a lot of Gnar, and we're kind of seeing why.
It's not reliable.
Nope, doesn't seem that way.
Just pick the Maokai. It might have been nerfed, but it's still good.
Yeah, true.
There's been so little Maokai this week. Maokai is by far a very reliable tank, next to Shen. I'd say he's the second strongest tank, and yet no one's playing it.
Interesting. Well, we'll have to see if CJ can regroup it all going forward this week, though. But MVP, this is a team that I really like to watch. I feel like there's a lot of possibility within this team, a lot of potential, if it's a word I dare throw around the League of Legends scene. And that's going to do it for us tonight, guys. So thanks for watching LCK Summer. More tomorrow. Another best of 3. We'll see you then.